can get witnesses at the table. Ms. Burden, excellent. And I declare open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee's inquiry into the Aged Care Bill 2024 provisions. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and I extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via teleconference. My name's Senator Marielle Smith. I'm the chair of this committee, and I have with me Senator Kovacic, pending flights soon Senator Allman-Payne, and by teleconference we will be joined by Senators Pratt and Ruston. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that that answer be given in camera. I now welcome representatives from Uniting Care Australia, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, can you please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
Tracy Burton, Chief Executive of Uniting, New South Wales ACT, and we are one of the members of the Uniting Care Australia network.
Great. Welcome, Ms. Burden. If you have an opening statement, now's the opportunity to do so, and then we'll go to questions from senators. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. This is a wonderful opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the Aged Care Bill for 2024. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the Awabakal and the Worimi people, the first peoples of this land where we are today, and also acknowledge all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, their elders of the past, the present, and those who are emerging, as well as any First Nations people who are in the room with us today. I'm Tracy Burton, and I'm the Chief Executive of Uniting New South Wales and ACT. We're a not-for-profit organisation dedicated to supporting the health and wellbeing of older Australians across the state of New South Wales and ACT and empowering them to live the life they choose. We provide residential aged care, home care and retirement village services, alongside broader advocacy, community services and spiritual care as part of the mission of the Uniting Church. We are a member of the Uniting Care Australia network, which is one of the largest providers of aged care services across the country. In New South Wales and the ACT, we support over 15,000 seniors through our residential, our home care and retirement services. We have a workforce of over 11,000 people, of whom 7,500 are dedicated to supporting older Australians. We believe that all people, as they age, deserve dignity, compassion and the ability to fully exercise their rights as members of our society. At Uniting, we advocate for a sustainable, future-ready aged care system, one that meets the needs of older Australians and adequately supports providers and their workforce so that we can deliver the highest quality care. The Aged Care Bill represents a landmark opportunity to reform the system, and we welcome its introduction to Parliament. We urge the bill's passage before the end of this parliamentary term. Older Australians and the sector have waited more than 3 years since the Aged Care Royal Commission's final report for this crucial step, and it's critical that we move forward with these long overdue reforms. We have outlined in our submission some recommendations for amendments to the bill to strengthen legislation and to ensure that we meet the goals of the new Act. But should these amendments not be achieved, we would still support the passage of the bill in its current form. With the expansion of co-contributions for older Australians with means, we urge the committee to ensure that this does not inadvertently reduce the availability of residential aged care for those without the capacity to pay. The government has announced that fully supported full pensioners will not pay additional fees under the new structure, and this accounts for approximately 1 in 4 residents across the sector. For not-for-profit organisations like Uniting, that represents almost half of our residents. At Uniting, we support people with means contributing more to aged care. We also seek to disrupt entrenched disadvantage, and we are concerned that these reforms, while important and necessary, might unintentionally disincentivise providers from accepting supported residents, particularly as the sector aims to recover from a long period of financial instability. To ensure these supported residents are not disadvantaged, we believe that there should be an increase to the accommodation supplement from the inception of the Act, so from the middle of next year, please. This would ensure that the supplement remains competitive with daily accommodation payments, and it'll reduce the incentive to only accept residents who can afford to pay. Further, we recommend a review of the adequacy of the 40% supported ratio to consider how it can better support providers so that they continue to accept these supported residents into the future. The Bill's grandfathering provisions keep current aged care clients on existing payment models. This includes grandfathering of home care clients that transition into residential aged care, which could potentially cover a span of 20 years or more. And while Uniting fully supports the need for some grandfathering, this must be balanced with the complexity it will create for providers in managing dual systems over a very long period. We recommend that the existing residential aged care clients be completely grandfathered, as is prescribed, but that home care clients be grandfathered for a maximum of 3 years, with only the existing lifetime contribution cap being the grandfathered element for existing home care clients as they move into residential aged care. We're also advocating for a 6-month transition period bolstered by appropriate sector financial assistance for the necessary system uplifts and training to ensure that no older Australian is disadvantaged as the sector adapts to the new requirements of the Act. Our priority is to ensure a smooth, well-supported transition that continues to deliver high-quality care for all seniors. And thank you again. I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, Ms Burden. I might kick off with questions and then I'll come to Senator Kovacic. You spoke at the start of your statement about the importance of this bill being passed this parliamentary term. Can you expand on us, please, why you think it's so important that it's delivered in a timely manner?
As I said, we have, it has been 3 years since the completion of the Royal Commission, and moving the sector, moving the system rather, to being a rights-based system is really fundamental, I think, to drive a lot of the future reforms that are coming through. I think importantly as well is the work that the task force has done, now embedded into the legislation as it relates to the sustainability, the financial sustainability of the sector. Not for the sector itself, but so that the services can be available for the people who need it, our older Australians. At the moment, the capital pipeline right across the sector is turned off, and we know there is a huge number of additional aged care people who will be in need of aged care services coming through. The oldest of the baby boomers in a couple of years' time will be turning 80, and so the demand on the sector is going to grow. So there is some urgency to get the renewal, to get the financial stability and additional funding into the system so that old homes, we have a number of old homes at Uniting, they can be either upgraded or many of them need to be fully replaced, and we haven't been able to do that work. So creating the certainty, creating the new financial sustainability, and most importantly, the system being driven by the rights of older Australians is really pivotal, and that's sort of all of those things are embedded in the Act.
Thank you, Ms Burden. And just to those questions of financial sustainability, can you talk us through what your members have experienced over the past 10 years in terms of securing the financial sustainability and those capital challenges?
Yeah, so I can speak for Uniting New South Wales ACT, so we're a member of the Uniting Care Australia network, but I work very closely with my colleagues, and our situation is mirrored elsewhere. I first joined the sector in 2018, and when I arrived, we had a pipeline of capital projects that were happening. I turned the sod of a beautiful new residential aged care home at Emu Plains, but I haven't turned one since. So the inability to actually have the confidence and have the financial means to continue to rebuild or expand to create new residential aged care services has been really limited over the last few years. You know, that particular year, the indexation that was created for the system, that was provided for the system, you know, the government of the day decided it was going to be zero that year. And so the financial pressures since 2018 have been increasing hugely. We've seen a change in recent years, having the additional funding, for example, to start to correct the wrong or the very low rates of pay for the aged care workforce, which had really was the result of that ongoing financial constraint. We've seen that corrected, and we can see some more improvements coming through in January again. we've seen the role of the Independent Hospital and Aged Care Providing Authority. They play such a critical role, and I'd like to speak a little bit about that if I could. But their ability to actually work out independently what is the cost of provision of service is absolutely critical. And making sure that it is independent, making sure that it's not actually advisory, but it's independent and actually putting the right pricing and revenue into the system is absolutely critical. We can't forget that the Royal Commission, basically found that, I've actually got a quote here from Senator Briggs, if you don't mind me just referencing it very briefly. She actually said that much of the evidence we have received during our inquiry has pointed to the inadequate funding available to provide high-quality care. The indexation arrangements applied to aged care payments over the last 20 years has systematically reduced the real value of the funding that is available, and I gave you the example of 2018. So making sure that the system is adequately funded by co-contributions, by government, is critical. And we have really welcomed the role that the Independent Hospital and Aged Care Pricing Authority have already brought to it, and we think their role should be strengthened. It's also important that their costings look at the new standards, look at the Rights-Based Act, and actually cost the future, not cost based on what we've spent in the past, because that's been the rationed system, but actually saying if we are going to deliver this level of service into this person's home, this is the real cost of it. And that's going to be an incredibly important strengthening factor, I think, going forward.
Thank you, Ms Burden. I wanted to ask you about pensioners now and why it's important that they receive an extra level of financial support.
Yes, so this is our great concern, that while we have absolutely advocated that people of means should be able to contribute more to the cost of their care, and we can see that very positively included into the bill in quite a sort of a reasonable way. The concern we have is that at the moment the government is paying for the accommodation of a pensioner, and they're paying for it at about $69 a day. And they have indicated that there's going to be a review of the accommodation supplement in the next 2 years. We think it's far more urgent than that, because someone who's actually going to come in and pay a residential aged care deposit, for example, or where a RAD is set and someone's going to pay a daily accommodation payment, at Uniting, our average RAD is $587,000 at the moment, and at the MPR of 8.4%, we could earn almost twice what we get from the government for a supported resident. And to get our business cases up, like, the temptation will be that that's all we can afford to have is the people who can afford to pay. So the government actually making sure that supported residents are financially supported, so as to not to sort of disincentivise their admission. We're worried that supported residents won't get access to the system unless that accommodation review is done very quickly and that the incentives are set well. At the moment, if a home has 40% or more supported residents, then they get a higher rate. That's the $69. But if they have 30% or 20%, they're only getting $49 a day, and that differential is really problematic. So perhaps the review might come up with some solutions, like saying, well, if you have 20%, we will pay you, X percent of a ratio if you have more than 40. So it's a complicated area, but it's really urgent that it's addressed and addressed well, so that we don't have supported residents missing out.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask you briefly about support at home program and your views on the role that will play in increasing access to aged care in the home and the value of that program that you might see.
Yes, the support at home program is wonderful, because I think we know from all of the data that senior Australians want to stay in their home as long as they possibly can. So support at home has been designed to do that. We see it as being very positive. Again, it's going to be absolutely critical that HIACPA price the services well. Some of the mechanisms that have been announced in the details, we think perhaps could be delayed. So working out how we'll move to the full intent of support at home, it might be worth staging that. And I can give you an example. We've said in our submission that we don't think that the care management fee should be reduced from 20% down to 10% straight away. And this is because there's going to be so much change into this system. Actually, just holding something a little bit steady that the providers can rely on is important. And people might think a percentage charge, you know, at 10% or 20%, you know, oh, that's the provider just taking their cut. But no, that actually covers real service provision, real work, you know. And similarly with the package management fees, we have to have an office, we have to have an IT system, we have to have cars and telephones and all of those things. So it has to be funded somehow. And actually leaving it as a steady percentage and leaving it that it's actually just taken as a percentage rather than the intent that the care management fees are actually going to be earned on a per item basis, you're creating a lot of change and instability in the system all at once. So there might be an ambition that might be the right thing to do to get to that level of transparency and accuracy about charging a client the true cost, but not all at once. So that's the sort of change that could happen in 2027 when the CHSP work comes in. So I think overall, the support at home is a very important initiative, and it will be really good to work on how some of those finer details of its implementation so that it doesn't have unintended consequences.
Thank you, Ms Burden. I'm passing the call to Senator Ruston, who I believe is on teleconference. Senator Ruston, can you hear us, and are you there? Senator Ruston?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. You're very faint for us. We might just, yeah. Do you want to try that again,
Is that better?
Senator Ruston?
Oh, sorry, I'm here.
Okay. Yes, please. You have the call. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise. I've only just managed to dial in. So, look, thank you very much, and thank you to Uniting Care for a really thorough submission. I was just wondering, so who have I got there at the hearing? I've got Clewin.
No, it's Tracy Burton from Uniting New South Wales
Oh,
ACT.
Tracy.
And Senator, we have actually given a small submission as well ourselves on behalf of Uniting New South Wales ACT, so I'm hoping you have that too.
Sorry, I had a look. Yes, I absolutely do. Tracy, my sincere. So Tracy, just in the an excellent submission by, and I say very easy to understand and easy to read. In your recommendations under the accommodation supplement, you refer to 3 recommendations, an increase in the supplement and the review on the 40% supported and the accommodation review. Can I just remove the increase in the supplement review? And just interested, could you unpack a little bit more for me what you actually mean by the 40% supported ratio, the review of the 40% ratio from 2025?
Yes, Senator, I'm happy to do that. I did just touch on that briefly before you joined, but at the moment, as you know, if a home has more than 40% supported residents living there, then the fee is higher. At the moment, it's $69 compared to if you have, say, 35%, it's only $49, so a big difference. And we're worried about the revenue difference that will create between having a supported resident come into the home versus having a fee-paying resident come into the home. The 40% is an important incentive to recognise that you are taking on more supported residents, so you're giving away that other revenue opportunity, the opportunity cost. But it also can serve as that differential is so significant, $69 to $49, that it might mean that someone will say, well, unless we can get to 40%, we're not going to have any supported residents here, and we wouldn't want to see that. So we think the review of the accommodation supplement is a really important one. It also needs to, I think, take into account consideration about the location of the home. So if it was a regional or even more importantly a rural and remote home, perhaps there's a role that the MMM category that's used in ANAC could actually also play a role here to recognise that perhaps the government might need to pay a little more to a regional home for the accommodation, because it'll be obvious that that home won't have the same level of fee-paying residents. It's very unlikely to have RADs anywhere near the new cap of 750,000. So a really comprehensive review to make sure the incentives are correct, set well to encourage people to have supported residence there at various levels, and to make sure that it's properly costed.
So, Tracy, do you know what the cost of a room, of each of your rooms in your facilities are? So in terms of, if you just isolate out the accommodation component of resident care, whether it be RAD, DAP or supported, but you're still talking about a room. So do you actually know what the cost of capital, depreciation, operation and maintenance of a room is in each of your facilities?
We could go through. We have over 70 services across the state, so we could go through and do an analysis. Some of them will be very low cost because, as I was saying earlier, they're very old and they've been depreciated down to nothing. And I don't think that's the cost that matters. What actually matters is what's it going to take in order for the capital pipeline across the aged care sector to be turned back on, so that we can get new homes built or old homes replaced. And I've seen that you've asked this question in many of the hearings.
Do you know what that is?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, so to that point around I take your point about it's about refurbishment or new. Do you know what that cost is per room? So if you to build a new facility in Burke, do you know what the cost per room is likely to be of that, and what would be the annual cost required for the return on capital, et cetera, so you actually could continue the pipeline going forward? I mean, has anybody done economic analysis? Everyone talks about it, but nobody seems to be able to answer the question of what it actually will cost for you to build in a particular location. So therefore, how do we know what we should be charging for a RAD, a DAP, or, for that matter, what the government should be paying for supported accommodation?
Yes, and I think that it's an excellent question that you've been asking, Senator, and I've heard some of the other answers. I heard in the Brisbane hearing there was a response that came to a number of $98 a day, and that was a perfectly reasonable way to make that, to work it out. But I'm also conscious of my Uniting Care Australia colleague from Victoria, Andrew Kinnersley. He's actually done some additional work since he met with you and has submitted that into the Senate to allow that to be seen. And his calculations were based on very contemporary, actually real projects that he has running at the moment, and it included a cost of capital, whereas the Brisbane methodology didn't, and it came to $150 a day. But there's, it's an assumptions-based number, and the important thing is that work gets done. And I would encourage that the Independent Hospital and Aged Care Pricing Authority play a role in really doing that work to help the government come up with the right number urgently. But you can see straight away, whether it's the Brisbane methodology or the Uniting Care Age Well methodology, we need the accommodation supplement to be increased significantly, probably doubled immediately, or we run the risk that supported residents will not be able to find a place in the system, and that is an unintended consequence of the important reform that's reflected in the Act around people of means contributing more, and it can be fixed, but it's going to require a funding uplift.
Yeah, sure. You made this comment. If you look on the Department of Health and Aged Care's website, it actually says that every region area actually has mandated supported residence ratios, and yet I think there seems to be a view amongst the sector that they're not compulsory. They're just incentivised that if you have got 40% or more, obviously you get that the higher daily payment as a result of it. But if you actually go onto the Department of Health and Aged Care's website, they say they are mandated. The ratios are mandated. So I'm just interested to understand. I mean, I haven't found anybody that doesn't meet their ratios. So what happens if you don't meet?
Yeah, so then what you're saying is they're mandated as a region.
No, it's mandated that if you are within a region, you are required to have 36% or 28% or residents.
Well, thank you, Senator. I wasn't aware of that. So, yeah, I wasn't aware of that. And so I haven't seen any, I've never, in the time that I've been in the system, which is 6 years now, I haven't heard of how the department actually addresses that. For ourselves, we have a very high portion of supported residents, and I know that you're quite interested in that number. We are at 50.3% at the moment. It goes up and down a little bit. And interestingly, unlike other providers, our metropolitan area's got slightly more supported residents at 52% and our regional homes at 49%, but, you know, definitely around that 50%, and it does move. And then of our 50% across Uniting, that's New South Wales and ACT, 30% of that of the 50 and 20 are fully supported, and 20% are partial. So it sort of almost splits 50-50.
Yes, sure. Can I just move on then to you make reference in the submission to the care management caps. And I'm just wondering, have you had any consultation, or are you aware of any consultation about what the basis of the decision to reduce the 20% care management fee cap to 10%?
No, we haven't had any consultation, and we hadn't anticipated that change that's come through, Senator.
Yes, okay. Well, to ask the department what the basis of that was. In terms of the transition, I mean, this is a significant act with a lot of change that's been required, whether that be residentially or in support provided in the home. Have you done any analysis around all the cost of IT training and the transitional arrangements? And do you have a view on the ability for your organisation, bearing in mind you've got 70 aged care homes under your jurisdiction, and obviously home care as well, whether you can do it in the time frame in the absence of knowing what the rules are already, and what the cost of doing it is likely to be?
Thanks for that question, Senator. So what we can say is, looking back over the last 3 years, and with the aged care reforms that have been implemented so far, we've had a particular program of work running, and we can see in that program that we've spent $2.6 million on IT system upgrades in that time, and we anticipate with the significance, you know, this Act is going to cover off on 60 of the 147 recommendations from Royal Commission, so we can anticipate that there is sort of an equivalent amount of change coming. In particular, we've got a massive upgrade to our billing system that's going to be required to make sure that we can manage the complexity and have the accuracy and transparency that our clients and residents are calling for. So we know that it is going to be millions. We know that there's a lot of training required as well, as there always is in aged care services. It's vital that our workforce are trained. And we have 7,800 frontline staff, so for just every 1 day of training that we might provide them, you know, it might be on the statement of rights, it might be on some of the particular work that needs to be done to lift the standards for care of dementia and palliative care and all of those things that the standards are requiring. A single day of training for our entire workforce costs over $2 million. So, you know, the costs are very, very substantial. And you will have seen in the Uniting Care Australia submission that we are sort of calling for a viability supplement for the sector, for the government to provide some additional funding for the transitional costs, but also just to keep the sector viable and strong and confident and able to be moving towards this new destination for aged care. Because a lot of the additional financial benefits that will come in, for example, for people of means coming into residential aged care, it's going to take some years for that to actually have an effect, with quite rightfully the current residents being grandfathered. So we've been calling for a viability supplement of an average of $6,000 a bed to come in quite quickly. And something like that will instantly help the sector to, as I said, stay confident, but actually start to incur some of the costs while the government works out how it can actually fund some of these massive additional costs, particularly in IT systems upgrades and trainings that really is essential for the Act to achieve its ambitions.
So to that, do you think that you could implement the new supported home program effectively, efficiently, and without reasonable, removal of reasonable risk by the 1st of July 2025, as you're sitting here today with the knowledge that you have today?
We do need additional information. We need to be confident that the pricing that IACPA will be providing is going to be adequate to cover them. We've got the systems upgrades, the training. 6 months really would be the absolute minimum. And as I was saying earlier in the conversation, it's possible that a mechanism like shadow funding, rather than shifting everything to the new system all at once. So we're very, very supportive that the Act be implemented by the 1st of July, but actually having implementation timeline or be adopted and become the implementation timelines, the transition planning, doing that together is really important so that we don't make mistakes or let our clients and residents down.
Senator Ruston, we do have one question in the room and we're due to finish this session, so I might pass to Senator Kovacic now for a final question, unless you had a final question, Senator Ruston.
I was just going to seek clarification. Are you talking 6 months from the time that you receive all of the information? You would need 6 months from that time, or 6 months from now?
6 months from once we understand all of the detail, because we've got those systems integrations and updates and training that needs to be done. So, yeah, it is a significant piece of work. It will need a timeline.
Thank you, Ms. Bird.
Thanks very much,
Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. My question is a follow-up to one of the questions that Senator Ruston asked around the care management fees and the consultation. And I note in your opening submission, Ms. Burton, you talked about seeking or recommending a graduated rather than immediate approach from the 20% to the 10%. Could you give me an indication of what your greatest concerns are in relation to that change and what it would mean to your clients if that was a more sudden change, or that change were implemented without an appropriate preparation time period?
Yes. So with the pool of funds that are created from the care management fee, charged as a percentage, and the package management fee, as I said before, we have really important infrastructure costs that have to be met. And care management is something we've said in our submission that we're particularly concerned for the most vulnerable people. So our senior Australians are not immune from the social impacts that are happening to everyone. So mental health issues, domestic violence, those sorts of things. So it's quite normal for our neighbourhood coordinators to be spending hours on the phone, spending time with our clients to help them navigate the other systems they rely on. So, for example, the mental health, a client with burden with mental health issues, needs support to actually find their way into the mental health system, navigate that well. So it's a comprehensive service, and if it's not funded properly, and the resources on the ground to support the clients have to be cut back to match the 10%, if that proves not to be the right number, it may well, but right now we don't know. So to create an instability into the system with that change the care management fee, the way it's earned as well as the percentage, it feels like it's too much all at once. And I would just urge that we actually stage these reforms. They are important, but actually making sure that they're done in a cautious way so that we don't have providers exiting the system because they're no longer viable.
And that sort of leads me into that last bit. You spoke about the viability supplement, and so do you feel that having that and not having adequate time and perhaps a confluence of like a perfect storm of all of these things would actually push providers out of the sector?
There's certainly a risk of that. I have to say yes. The destination of the Act is an incredibly positive place. All providers are deeply committed to rights-based and delivering the quality of care that we know our senior Australians want. But the work to get there needs to be resourced. It needs to have the right time. It needs to have good collaboration so that we design it well. And all of that is possible. It's going to need that time and effort. But as I said in my opening statement, we really would like to see the Act in its form. It's so important that it does get adopted very, very soon for all those reasons we've already covered.
So the focus on time for implementation being critical?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Burden, for your evidence today. I don't believe you took questions on notice, but if you did, we're asking for them to be returned to us by close of business on the 23rd of October. Thank you so much. I'll now call to the table our next panel, and I believe we have representatives from the National Older Women's Network in the room, and on teleconference, Professor Kathy Eager and Adjunct Professor Wendy Lacey. So before we kick off, ask each of you to state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today. Welcome back to our committee, Ms Baker and Ms Lee. It's nice to see you again. But if you could state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing.
Yes, I can. My name is Beverly Baker, and I'm the President of the National Older Women's Network.
My name is Yumi Lee. I am the CEO of the Older Women's Network, New South Wales.
Thank you. And Professor Eager?
Professor Kathy Eager from the University of New South Wales, and I'm appearing today as an individual expert.
Great. And Adjunct Professor Lacey?
Thank you. Professor Wendy Lacey, the University of Canberra and Flinders University, and I'm also appearing in my personal capacity based on my legal expertise.
Thank you very much. I'll now offer each of you an opportunity to make a brief opening statement, and then at the conclusion of all of your statements, we'll move to questions from senators, and we'll go in the order that we just did. So, Ms Baker.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land and pay our respects to elders past and present, and extend our respect to all First Nations people in this hearing today. It might seem strange to hear that Known supports this Act. Well, not the whole Act, and probably most strongly the part that articulates the rights. But I have to say we were extremely disappointed to see it stalled for bipartisan support, only to hear last night on the news that it is a Labor Act. There is no bipartisan support for this Act other than passing it. So it really does leave the whole thing quite open. The rights appears to us to be the only change, but without that change, we are left with the current Act, which the Royal Commission proved to be an unmitigated disaster. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to embed aged care as an essential part of infrastructure, one that was not only supported by government, but guaranteed by government with clear line of duty of care. Instead, I fear we are returning to an era of caveat emptor. What we have is akin to Frankenstein. It has been bolted together, in our view, to appease what we believe is a cartel of providers. It appears that we have a very nice facade at the front, but behind we have the rubbish and the things that are completely being hidden from view. It appears that the framers have been convinced that the aged care sector is too big to fail, and so their demands remain a priority. The Act, by not making the rights enforceable and actually spelling the fact that they aren't enforceable out, means that we know the words of rights are window dressings to offer appeasement and focus our attention. The Act, by removing the possibility of prosecution for directors, creates a special capital class, one that protects it from any deliberate neglect, violation of basic human rights or high-quality care. If I, as a volunteer, board member of Own New South Wales or Own the National Own, cause harm either by deliberate or mistake, I bear the full brunt of that. And I can be sued, persecuted and charged with a dereliction of duty, whether it was deliberate or by mistake. If I'm the chair of a board of an aged care facility, I simply don't have that worry. If I am in care, I can be chemically or physically restrained with no therapeutical evaluation, no right to appeal and no right to prosecution. In fact, we have less access to basic human rights than prisoners in our jails or those who have been sectioned to protect our society. This Act does not protect the taxpayer from rapacious providers, from providers cost-shifting or paying their international owners exorbitant rents, occupation at costs for profit. We have heard all the evidence of religious, I'll leave that out for time, There is nothing in this Act to stop asset acquisition or the creation of massive monopolies, nor is there any protection to stop providers by simply closing the facility and transferring clients to a cheaper place and changing the nature of the closed asset for a more profitable, less regulated industry like lifestyle residence. No one believes that the Act to be sexist. Substantially, women outlive men. Women make up around 65% of those over 70, and as we age, that percentage gets greater. For those over 65, 80% are on full or part pensions. So for women, the cashed-up rich baby boomer myth, the idea is a myth. The idea that showering or bathing every day is a lifestyle choice rather than a health issue sounds like something my 14-year-old grandson or my 99-year-old father would think or say. But I don't know any woman who would actually agree with that or even think it. We understand that the complaints mechanisms have been strengthened, but there is nothing to guarantee increased funding or staffing levels, which does nothing to assure us that in a couple of years we'll not be hearing of another thousands of complaints being destroyed because no one could get to them or they're now out of date. It is not too much to ask to be treated with dignity, to have our individual needs and preferences and personalities recognised and acknowledged. We are not a means of input and throughput in a widget factory designed to attract foreign investors, shareholders and increase owners' wealth. So in summary, what we want are the rights enforceable. We want high quality care. We want high quality care service reclassified as basic care. We want only therapeutic use of any restraint and all such uses to be appealable. We want owners and directors held accountable for the decisions they make, and we want the government and any government to accept a duty of care. And we want full and open transparency regarding profits, cost shifting, amalgamations and regulations about lifestyle charges. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Lee.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians, the Awabakal and Worimi people, and pay my respect to elders past, present, and extend my respect to all First Nations people in this room. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the perspectives of our members and supporters at this inquiry. As I only have 2 minutes, I'll just make 3 points. The first, while we appreciate the focus on a rights-based framework and approach, this is absolutely meaningless when it can't be enforced. We quote from draft section 21, nothing in this aged care rights division of the Act creates rights or duties that are enforceable by proceedings in a court or tribunal. Point 2, we believe the current funding model is fundamentally flawed. Aged care should not be left to the private market, which has been profiting at the expense of the care of older people. How can it be acceptable that 40% of people living in residential aged care are malnourished, 6% of whom are severely malnourished? Point 3, most users of the aged care system in Australia are older women. However, our needs and safety are not prioritized. We cannot see anything in this Act which will address the abuse which is perpetrated in aged care. In the general community, 1 in 6 older people are abused. In aged care, it's nearly 4 in 10. Between April to June this year, there were 14,000 reported cases of abuse in aged care, including 515 cases of sexual assault. We have a system which is failing older people, and the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission was reported to have dismissed thousands of serious incident response reports regarding abuse, sexual assault, neglect, and even deaths by ordering staff to shred notifications without proper assessment, or in some cases, any human assessment at all. Nothing in this Act changes that. We've turned aged care in one of the richest countries in the world into a system of misery, pain, and abuse of too many older people. The draft Act represents a slight improvement, akin to a few more minutes to rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic. We'll leave it to the esteemed Professor Kathy Ager to discuss why that is the case in terms of the costings of the Aged Care Act, and we're very happy to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Lee. Professor Ager.
Yes, thank you and good morning. I'd like to start by asking the committee just to dwell for a minute about the differences between aged care and Medicare. Both of these two programs, Medicare and aged care, are significant government outlays, Both involve consumer co-payments, and both are delivered by a mix of providers. Providers might be government, not-for-profit or for-profit. Medicare is framed and defined by the source of funding. Medicare is our national public health system. It enjoys enormous public support, with opinion polling consistently finding that people are prepared to pay more taxes for better health. The role of government is not only to regulate, but to plan and manage financial and other risks. Now compare that to aged care. Aged care is framed and defined in this bill as well as in practice by who delivers the services rather than how they are funded. Aged care is framed in this bill as a private market where profit is unregulated and where the role of government is to regulate to control the worst excesses of a private market. Now, I have no problem with wealthier older people paying more for their care. However, these changes that are now being proposed will not put aged care on a sustainable footing going forward. The reality is that aged care will never be a real competitive private market. That mere idea is an illusion, and I think we really need to challenge that. Aged care will always be substantially funded by taxpayers, with consumer contributions representing only a small fraction of the total cost. A sustainable aged care system starts with recognising that reality, and I don't believe that the bill actually starts with that proposition. Today, what I'd like to do is really to talk about and answer questions about implementation, and my submission substantially focuses on implementation. An Act of Parliament is only as good as its implementation, and what I see is a very big chasm between a focus of words around a rights-based aged care system and a competitive market where consumers are seen as people who shop around and accept the financial risk and the clinical and personal risk if they make the wrong decisions. Ultimately, actions and outcomes matter rather than wording, and so I really want to focus on implementation. Just a couple of very quick points, I think. First of all, my submission points out that the funding and financing, that the numbers just don't add up. The money that the government estimates it's going to make in terms of consumer charges, I think, is wildly overestimated. I think there are particular issues around accommodation. In relation to support at home, I think basically it's a very flawed program design. Not only won't it be ready for next year, but ultimately I expect it will fail for many of the same reasons that the NDIS and similar systems internationally have failed. And my final comment is that my submission ends by identifying some of the perverse and unintended consequences of this Act and the financing arrangements that underpin it. And I think one of the things I'd be looking for a Senate inquiry to do is to understand the impact on the broader budget. That is, what is the impact not just on aged care expenditure, but on housing, on health, and on other outlays, including the aged care pension. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. And Professor Lacey.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for the opportunity to present to the committee today. Given that I'm a legal expert, I would really like to focus on the human rights implications at a broad or general level. I have had the benefit of reading both the OPAN and CODA submissions, and I support those submissions. So I won't address specific aspects which I know are already covered in theirs and other legal submissions before the committee. I think overall, my position is that I believe that additional inclusions and amendments are warranted to ensure, or at least promote as far as practical, both the constitutional validity of the bill and to minimise the likelihood of a future breach of Australia's international human rights obligations. And while I believe that administrative law and statutory interpretation can and inevitably will provide additional safeguards to enhance and support the integrity and legality of the new Act, there remain a number of significant gaps in my view, particularly in respect of administrative law safeguards. But I guess overall it needs to be recognised that the federal parliament and government are entitled to reach policy decisions whereby an international legal obligation is only partially or indirectly implemented into domestic law. And this includes legislation like the present bill, which is expressly intended to give effect to some, but not all, of Australia's relevant international legal obligations. Even in many settings, the legal, administrative and regulatory mechanisms for giving effect to international law are varied, and they need not always involve rights and duties directly enforceable, or what in administrative law is called justiciable, in the courts. However, alongside that, Australia's system of federal constitutional administrative law has a constitutionally enshrined avenue for judicial review of administrative action, at least for jurisdictional error. And the long-established and accepted interpretive principles derived from the common law also provide further context within which the bill needs to be examined. I will add a qualifying statement, and that in my view, it's very hard to make an overall assessment of how exactly the human rights components of the Act are going to work in the absence of a complete set of draft rules. So my comments today will be provided with that cautionary tale that there may well be significant detail that is still to come through the rules. I think in terms of current legal concerns with the bill, they're primarily related, as we've already heard today and with other submissions, that the major concerns are around the enforceability of the human rights components, which raises both constitutional issues as well as international human rights law obligation issues. And lawyers also generally have concern with the lack of reference to key international human rights treaties to which Australia is a party, specifically the ICCPR, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and the Convention Against Torture are not expressly referenced. Now, I share these concerns with many lawyers and would preference greater clarity and breadth in the primary legislation. I also accept that difficult policy choices are obviously going to drive legislative outcomes, including in this Act. However, when it comes to the New Aged Care Act, I can't see the Australian community accepting anything less than a robust, integrated and effective legal framework to ensure that vulnerable old Australians are able to receive high quality aged care services and without having their most basic human rights and freedoms completely eroded. So my principal concern is not that the bill represents a partial or indirect implementation of human rights in aged care. What I am concerned about is that there will be obvious constitutional and international legal questions which will inevitably arise with using primarily, and by Section 24, subsection 3 of the Act, in not making the human rights or the statement of rights, it can't trigger particular legal rights and duties that are enforceable in a court of law. That doesn't bother me so specifically. There are many human rights that don't require to be implemented directly in our courts and tribunals. But by relying on an administrative and regulatory regime, ultimately the emphasis is going to be on administrative law and statutory interpretation principles for how that is going to be monitored, both in terms of the implementation of international principles through using the external affairs power, but also in measuring Australia's compliance with international human rights law. So my principal concerns, as I've outlined in my written submission, pertain to the lack of administrative law mechanisms, including external merits review mechanisms, and whether they provide an adequate system of transparency and accountability attached to the new regulatory framework. I think that complaints processes for both providers and the regulator, in this case the Complaints Commissioner, need to be strengthened and tightened. I also think that we need more specific detail in the primary legislation regarding the legal requirements and processes for determining whether an interference with or impairment of human rights is both reasonable and proportionate. And I think we need to focus on the independence of the Complaints Commissioner from the Commissioner themselves. They share a lot of very complementary and significant functions under the Act, but we don't know how they're going to reconcile differences in how they interpret the human rights contained in the Statement of Rights, and we don't know how that's going to play out over time. And in my opinion, we need to have that reflected in the statute proper, not just in the rules. I also have significant concerns over the availability of external merits review into the ART. The large majority of decisions that are reviewable under the Act relate, or they give standing effectively to challenge decisions challenge decisions of the Commissioner in relation to providers. But individuals aren't guaranteed those same standing principles are reflected in specific sections of the bill. In my mind, we need to make sure that the large majority of decisions that pertain to the Statement of Rights are actually eligible to be reviewed using external merits review in the ART. So I would like to see specific legislative changes in that regard. I think I would like to see as a lawyer that the long established and accepted principles of statutory construction and the use of international treaty law should be explicitly set out in the legislation. And this should include a requirement the Act and any subsidiary instrument is to be interpreted consistently with Australia's international human rights obligations. I think this would strengthen the Act's constitutional footing and minimise the likelihood of adverse international consequences for Australia. And while it's not strictly necessary from a legal perspective, as these principles will be applied by the courts unless the statute provides otherwise, I think the Act represents such a significant and important statement to all Australians and its intended operation that those principles should be contained in the Act proper. I also make specific recommendations in my written submission to the committee, but I'll leave it there and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pass the call to Senator Allman-Payne first. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair. Morning, everybody, and good morning to those who are online as well. I might start with the National Older Women's Network. I'm just wondering if you could speak to the financial health of older women. You talked about the fact that 80% are on full and part pensions, and how you see they will be impacted by the changes that will come forward in this legislation.
I think that the biggest impact of them is currently fear as to what is going to happen, and they already live in fear because they know that they are financially not secure. That the changes seem to me to be shifting, and again, it's around the cost shifting that's going on. What is health and care, and what is lifestyle choices? For women, having a shower each day is not a lifestyle choice, nor is having a pastor visit you if you are in a religious home. They're not lifestyle choices, but you will be charged as if they are. Now, those sorts of things really do need to be teased out, and I think for us, it's the siloed effect. Aged care is health care. It's together. It's not separate. Yet we've chopped them up and been separate. And in one system, as Cathy has says, it's universal and it's holistic, and the other, it is profit-driven. And whether they're not-for-profit or whatever, it is profit-driven. And those are the issues that are concerning people. We are very, very concerned that we will get a substandard care if it is based on how much you can afford to pay, because they don't have the money to pay.
One of the things that's been introduced in the service list is caps on things like cleaning, so 1 hour a week of cleaning, 18 hours, I think, a year of gardening. Would they cause issues for people in terms of them being able to continue to remain in their home?
Absolutely. Absolutely. An hour cleaning a week? I mean, for heaven's sake, it takes me longer than that to clean up my kitchen after one meal. It is absolutely unreal. And then in Sydney, if you're just living in Sydney, with our climate, you can hear your grass grow. A couple of hours a year, you're going to be living in a jungle. People are going to be lodging complaints, and you're going to be moved out because you can no longer look after yourself. It is absolutely outrageous to reduce those sorts of things which make living at home possible. As you get older, your eyesight isn't as good, and maybe you don't see the dirt as clearly as you could when you were younger. Those sorts of things are really important. Older women are not dirty. Sometimes they simply can't see what's in a shadow or in shade. And that's why those cleaners are so important, is that they come in and they can make sure that they are safe. They are not living in an area which they can perhaps become infected or get a disease or something because of something they didn't see because their eyesight wasn't so good. It is really an insult to say to somebody, you can clean your house in an hour. That is not possible. It doesn't matter how small your house is, it's going to take you longer than an hour.
One of the goals of introducing this legislation is to keep people in their homes for longer. Are there any other aspects of the legislation besides those caps on cleaning and gardening that you think are going to impact people's ability to remain at home as opposed to having to go into residential facilities?
Those two issues will really make a massive difference. But nobody wants to go into aged care. We all accept that eventually, if we live long enough, that's where we're going to end up. But we don't want it to be our residence. We want to be in the last stages. We want to stay in our own home. And we want everything that could be done. Now, sadly, we're running 40 years behind time because we signed a declaration on accessible housing. We should not have been building for the last 40 years houses that have hobs, narrow doorways, showers you can't get in and out of. We should have been building accessible buildings. We are moving down that path now, but it's too late for my group. They are already living in houses that they are unable to age in. And that means there's a massive impost in having to pay to renovate those houses. And again, people are worried about whether or not they're going to get what they need in their houses. So if air conditioning is now taken off the table, air conditioning in a outer west or in rural areas, Northern Territory, Western, that's not a luxury, that is an essential item. Yet if that's taken out and you can't get your air conditioning either put in or fixed, you're not going to be able to stay in that place. So there's a whole raft of things that we really need absolute clarity and total debate and transparency on why these things have been removed and whose idea it was to remove them, because they are essential. You cannot live without a shower, you can't live in a dirty house, you can't live in a house that's overgrown, and you certainly can't live in a house that is too hot or too cold for you. So all of those things impact.
Thank you.
Senator, may I please just add a reflection on what Beverly has said? You know, we have a growing number of older women who don't own their own homes and who are at the mercy of private rentals or in housing insecurity. We have a project in the Blue Mountains where we're trying to match older women who are housing insecure with compassionate homeowners. And that project has really highlighted the fact that even if you qualify for aged care packages, etc., if you are not in secure housing, you are not able to have the advantage of that package. So I think aged care sits within the broader ecosystem of our housing and, who is able to age in their own homes. And as Beverly has mentioned, the fact that some states like New South Wales does not have even the basic silver standard for construction is just missing opportunities to allow us to age in place.
Thanks, Ms. Lee, and I think that speaks to some of the things that Professor Eager was alluding to. So I might move to you, Professor Eager. I'm just wondering if you can speak a bit more as to whether you think this legislation balances the interests of providers and consumers?
Look, I think there's a difference all the way through this between the legislation and the implementation. One of the problems I've got in the implementation is the level of perverse incentives that are built into this, both for providers and for consumers. And I have to say, I think the design of the total system, particularly supported home, is penny wise, pound stupid. We actually understand, and I work across health, aged care and disability. You can't have a conversation in health unless people in health are talking about demand management or prevention. How do we provide people with adequate levels of low-level services to stop them going on and needing higher levels of services? And how do we best support people in their own homes in order to prevent or delay admission into residential care? Now, we don't have good evidence about preventing entry into residential care, but we do have evidence about delaying. For providers, the whole model is based on receiving a certain amount of money and spending it and not a cent more, because there are no financial mechanisms built into the model for financial risk sharing, and the models themselves are really quite badly defined, particularly supported home. You know, two people might be level 4 under the new assessment tool, and the new tool is very old-fashioned. You add up all the scores, and the higher the number you get, the more you get. But those two people will have very different needs. The incentives in the model are for providers to work out who are going to be the easiest clients to take on and how little they can provide to them and still meet their requirements under the Act. Now, I'm not suggesting for a second that every provider will do that, but that's what this legislation and the rules that are being built around the legislation allow it to do. For consumers, I think it creates some really perverse incentives. The main message I pick up from this is that as an older person with the means to do so, I should spend all the money I've got on the most expensive family home I can, draw down the rest of my superannuation, spend up as big as I can, and move to a full pension. We have a national housing crisis, and we should be incentivising older people to downsize and move to a house that will better meet their needs. And this is one of the missing elements in how do we encourage older people to stay at home, and that's to actually sort out and think of housing as part of a continuum with aged care and healthcare. We want actually older people to move into accommodation which is appropriate to living independently for as long as possible and not staying in hospitals because they don't want to go to aged care, for example. I think the other issue for me is that I'm expecting that this, for particularly the design of supported home, will really incentivise use of the cash economy. If you can only get an hour of gardening or cleaning, you'll end up being in the cash economy paying somebody locally. And for an older person, particularly someone who's got cognitive loss, this is a really risky issue. We actually want a community aged care system that is socially engaging with people and people trust to identify their needs as they get older. I think the final comment I want to make about this is that what we know is the best sort of ageing in place is that you're at home and you're supported as an active member of a community, and that includes volunteering. And now that we are reconceptualising even home care as a competitive business, that we really are starting to create perverse incentives. I'm on the board of New South Wales Meals on Wheels, and I can tell you volunteers don't want to be working in a system where they are regarded as part of the commercial infrastructure for some private for-profit company.
Thank you. Just finally, a question for you, Professor Lacey. I'm just wondering if you could expand a little more on your concerns about consumers being able to enforce their rights and what difficulties people would experience as it currently stands.
Yeah, well, that question relates to the complaints processes which the bill intends to set up. So as occurs now, there's to be a complaints process established by all providers, and there's a relative fair amount of detail in the bill already about that, which I think looks fine. Where I have concerns is where what actually happens beyond the Complaints Commissioner, and how does the Complaints Commissioner actually conduct a proper evaluation as to whether somebody's statement of rights has been interfered with. And that means that we have to point to international human rights law around the particular treaties that the bill is intended to rely upon. And we also need to apply, so not every human right is, some human rights are absolute, but most human rights can be interfered with, provided that they are reasonable and proportionate and done in accordance with the law. And so international law, because the current bill has made a deliberate policy choice not to create new legal rights and duties enforceable through the statement of rights into the courts, the emphasis falls back on the regulator and the system of regulation that's adopted in that context. So for the statement of rights, while you can make a complaint to a provider, We still don't know whether you can actually make a complaint beyond the complaints commissioner up into the administrative review tribunal. And given the complexity of some of these balancing exercises and how this will play out over time, remains anyone's guess at this point in time. But I think that there are potentially significant legal questions and also decisions where reasonable minds are likely to differ. And there's likely, so even though that the courts and tribunals through judicial review mechanisms and the merits review of some decisions into the ART, on a current reading of the bill without the detailed rules attached, individuals, so consumers, don't have a right to external merits review into the ART. So in my view, the table listed in clause 556, that table needs to include, or needs to make most of those decisions which relate to the statement of rights, and an individual should be able to make a complaint both to the complaints commissioner, but then for certain errors of law or for certain decisions, there should be an external merits review mechanism into the ART, in my view, because in terms of both constitutional validity and international human rights obligations, Australia needs to provide effective remedies, and it's okay to limit the justiciability in the courts to certain aspects of the legislation through judicial review. But in my view, that places greater emphasis on the regulatory system and how administrative law mechanisms are going to operate. And in my mind, not giving individuals standing in relation to important decisions where human rights are going to be at play is a major shortfall of the current bill.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Senator, I've just got a few questions and then I'll pass to the opposition. But I'm going to start with the National Older Women's Network, and I just wanted to ask about older women in the aged care workforce, particularly the impact of the government-funded pay rise had been for those workers, but also any perspectives you may have to share on behalf of that workforce.
I think Yumi would probably be better to answer that question because Yumi works very closely with our employment policy and our employment platform. But we do know that older women are prepared to work in the aged care system and are prepared to join the workforce in that way. It's looking at what's the penalties for doing that. You know, if they have qualified for a pension and they decide to work there, what's the impact on their pension? What do they, and it's not the money for the pension, it's if they're secure. It is the benefits that come with the pension that they have to then give up. So it's looking at how we balance how best to get older women into the workforce, how to keep them in the workforce, but having a look at the mechanisation, because older women can't lift people and do those sorts of things. So it's really having a look at the industry and seeing how older women can fit within that industry.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
I'm sorry, can I just please clarify? So was your question, you know, how do we encourage more older women into the workforce?
No, my question was about existing older women in the aged care workforce and your perspectives on their experience, and particularly regarding the pay increase and the impact of that on older women choosing to work in aged care.
I think what we have observed is that despite the pay increase, they're still not paid for the value of the work that they do. The care industry, as we know, is notoriously underpaid. That's the first point I would like to make. The second point is that we cannot divorce this from the housing crisis that we face. I think Anglicare's rental affordability index came out today, and if you're an essential worker, I think only 2 or 3% of rentals are affordable to you. So that has a major impact on workforce working near where they're meant to be working, living near where they're meant to be working. And the third point is that we do not have a proper professionalization of the aged care workforce. There is no professional pathway, that enables people to see a career path, so to speak, and to take pride in the work that they do, primarily because we do not value the work of people working in aged care. And I'll give you an example. Over the past few years, we developed training resources with Dr. Catherine Barrett on how to raise awareness amongst providers on recognizing and preventing sexual assault. So we've developed a suite of training resources, and unfortunately, our question is, what percentage of providers want their workforce to gain the skills and the capacity to improve the services they deliver? How much time is given, how much support is given by providers to ensure that their workforce is adequately skilled? And from the take-up of the training resources, we can tell you very clearly that it is not to the level that we want to see. I think part of the problem, a major part of the problem, is that there are not enough workers, and the number of workers who are there have to take on a lot more work than if there was the right ratio of care. I've spoken to aged care workers who tell me that they feel absolutely dreadful, that when they start work in the morning, they can only get to the older person for their change and their shower, and to sit them up from bed only at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, because there's just not enough workers. So because they're off sick due to COVID or illnesses or just a general shortage of workers. So you cannot divorce any of these things when you talk about just the wage increases for the aged care workers. It's so complex, and it boils down to how much we value the workforce, how much we professionalize the workforce, and how we hold providers accountable for the training of the workforce.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. I had a question for Professor Lacey as well, regarding your work on policy approaches to ensure the prevention of elder abuse. And given the comments just made by Ms. Lee, I was just interested in your perspectives on that research and if there was anything further you wanted to share with us.
Sorry, can I just clarify, you're asking about how well the bill prevents the commission of elder abuse? Or
Yes.
how the care system?
Yes, that's correct.
I don't think the bill in its current form does a terrible job. I share the concern over the lack of criminal penalties, but I also agree with the Law Council of Australia's earlier submission on the exposure draft that it's not necessary and that a civil penalty should be sufficient where providers cause serious injury or harm. In terms of elder abuse, I think it's important to remember that, and I think that the Commissioner has extensive functions to hopefully prevent the commission or the perpetration, particularly of systemic elder abuse, which I think is a positive. But we also need to acknowledge that existing state and territory criminal laws will continue to operate. And so anything that does amount, that is elder abuse that amounts to a criminal offence, will still be subject to those laws. I don't really share the same concerns over directors that many providers have, that the ability to attract really good directors, particularly to not-for-profit providers, is a problem, and that having criminal penalties would deter really good people from being on those boards. Because in my view, the Corporations Act and existing occupational health and safety laws already impose criminal sanctions on directors anyway. So I don't share those concerns, but I think a lot of it for me, there's still too much detail left in the rules, and so it's hard for me to give a definitive answer to your particular question on that. But at this point in time, there's nothing that stands out to me as a red flag in the bill around elder abuse.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to pass the call to the opposition. Is it Senator Ruston?
Thank you very much. I go to you, Professor Eagar, and thank you very much for your relatively thorough submission. Can I just go on, in your submission you referred to the around accommodation and payments around accommodation. You make reference that, and I quote, neither the MPIR nor the room price are linked to the actual cost of capital.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if you have a view about how we can establish within the economy the component of residential aged care, a mechanism where we could actually get a greater clarity if people were actually paying. If there was some equity in terms of the payments that were being made in relation to rightly said.
Yes. Thank you. Your voice broke up a bit as you spoke, but I think I've understood your question. As I've outlined in my submission, I think the current and proposed accommodation charges are just outrageous and also inequitable and unrealistic. The idea that somebody's going to be able to pay $172 a day, there's no resemblance to the actual cost to the provider, and also is unaffordable when you look at the amount of people who are actually would be able to afford that going forward. What we see internationally is a lot smarter models than this sort of model. I understand why providers want to move away now from RADs and move to DAPs because they will make substantially more money. But aged care should not be a real estate business. It should actually be a care business, and we should be aiming that accommodation costs break even rather than are a major profit source. And I would point you to some of the models internationally which are much smarter than what we do, which includes things like the Dutch purchase and care model. Why should somebody be only able to lease a room? Why wouldn't you be able to buy your room in an aged care home and then sell it on the private market rather than be locked in? There are also models like interest-free reverse mortgage schemes run by government, social impact bonds, private-public partnerships. What we're seeing in the bill and in the rules, the government has described as a major reform. It's not a major reform. It's simply tinkering with the way things are working now, and they're not working very well now.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I think it probably points to an investigation or a review of accommodation matter of urgency. You also mentioned in comments that you're a chair of on Meals on Wheels and talk about the importance of volunteering and as part of support for older Australians. And in your submission, you make a comment, and I'll read it out to you, that it's no secret that public servants in the Department of Health and Aged Care have a strong lot of this program, and they're referring to CHP, have wanted to kill it off for some years. I'm interested to understand why you think that is the case, and whether, I mean, from your commentary that you think CHP is a valuable program that should be.
Look, yeah, well, two things. I think the history of the department and its representatives at various conferences, etc. I was horrified to hear a representative of the department just saying that Meals on Wheels is a monopoly that we need to break up in order to promote real competition. Those sorts of comments over time, I think, are very real. One of the things we know is that given the choice, the significant majority of older people want relationship-based care from someone they trust rather than transaction-based care from a commercial market. I have no problem giving a voucher-style model, support at home, for those older people who would want that. But we actually know from international experience and also from the NDIS that given the choice, if you said to an older people, would you prefer to go to a grant-funded, not-for-profit aged care provider, or would you like to have effectively a voucher and go to a private market, that about 90% of people would prefer the not-for-profit grant-funded service over a voucher model. The department has shown a very strong ideological commitment to a market model and the assumption that every older person wishes to shop around and get the best deal they can. That is actually not realistic, and we need to actually understand what older people want and how we can provide a range of services to meet their needs. But to go back to your opening comment, I stand by my comment. The department has indicated its real, just, hatred, I guess, of CHSP for many, many years, and its desire to get rid of grant-funded services as soon as they can. And I think the other factor is that CHSP has always had a significant role for local government and state government, and the department would much prefer a model which was Commonwealth only and private sector only.
Yes. So can I just ask you, and I'm probably deviating a little bit from your submission, but you did say that you involved in meals on wheels. I'm really keen to understand what you think that would be a good mechanism by which we could allow older that relation-based intervention when it comes to they receive their food, how we can better embed on type systems as opposed to the light and easy or whatever the government wants them older Australians to be at their food. Is there some proof you think that we could make around how the government Meals on Wheels and how we support community volunteer-based provision of community-based service?
Well, I think we actually need to go back to the basics, and that was why I opened with my comment about comparing Medicare and aged care. We don't want to conceptualise and think about and legislate aged care as a competitive market. Aged care is a social good, both for the individual and for the community. And in the case of Meals on Wheels isn't the food. Meals on Wheels is a social visit. It's a happy face talking to a person. And we need to be encouraging and promoting that as a way of people remaining socially engaged in their own homes for as long as they can. And the more that we promote a voucher style, pay by the hour, you get 3 hours a week, and you have to choose between this or that, the more we will end up creating perverse incentives in the system and end up with increasing the number of people who need institutional care because they haven't had the supports in place to stay at home. And I would point you to page 8 of my submission, table 3. 2/3 of all people in receipt of aged care now are receiving services from the Commonwealth Home Support Program. And the idea that whole cohort, 800,000 people, should be migrating to support at home is really just completely impractical, but also not what older people want. And one of the immediate things that could be done to improve services to older people and reduce the backlog is to remove the 2 limits that the department arbitrarily put onto CHSP, and that was that they limited CHSP for people to 6 hours a week, and also you can't get case management. So if you do need case management or you need 7 hours a week, you are forced onto a package. And many of the thousands of people on the package waiting list are actual CHSP people who are really happy to be there, but can't get enough of the services they need to live independently.
Yes, that's great. Thank you. And look, that's fine for as much as I have more questions. I know it's running out. Under the consequences part of your submission, Professor Eager, you refer particularly in relation to the third behaviours in relation to family home, spending your super and moving to the. Do you have a how that you could actually incentivize people to be downsizing to, for the want of a better term, age-appropriate accommodation, so that accommodation is obviously fit for purpose, and I might put when my mother moved into a retirement village, been a happier person when she didn't have to worry about her great big house on the farm. Have you got some ideas about how that incentivise could be occur within the market?
Yeah, look, I think at the policy level and at the legislation level, we have to stop thinking about old people need aged care because they're old. Old people need aged care because they start to need more support. They lose their ability to live independently. And the solution to that is actually to recognise that that involves healthcare, it involves aged care, it involves housing. We really have to bring the retirement living sector into this equation. And we have to think about models that don't reinforce and don't entrench people staying in large homes that they don't need anymore in the middle of a national housing crisis. And I do think we need to think about the whole capital funding model for aged care, because that's what's creating a lot of the perverse incentives for people to hold on to family homes that are far too big. We do need to be incentivising and helping people, not just financially, but psychosocially, to think about downsizing to smaller options, given that there are smaller options. And we really have to start. We're not going to achieve that if we keep thinking about aged care as a competitive private market. We have to think about a full range of services. And I think I'd want to end that by saying one of the problems I've got with the current model is that I think it is really disadvantageous to young taxpayers. This model says, oh, this is a private market, people are going to pay, and the government's role is to fill in the gaps where people can't privately pay. That's not true. The majority of costs, 80%, are going to be funded by taxpayers. I would absolutely support an aged care levy, but not one that starts at, the first time you get a pay packet at 40 or 50, where all of us at 40 or 50 over start to contribute to create a social infrastructure funding a la Medicare and the Medicare levy, that we can start to provide high quality aged care without creating the wrong incentives for older people.
Senator, this will need to be the last question because we're due for the next panel.
All I was just in saying that, you're talking about social infrastructure, but you also talked earlier about the ownership model. Do you have a view about changing the mechanism for accommodation so that instead of having a refundable accommodation, you actually are talking about somebody, if they have the wherewithal to their family home or selling whatever assets they might have, and actually buying their accommodation, which then sell to a retirement living situation, but not necessarily with the kind of fees that are attached.
Well, yes, I think there are some innovations, but none of the models I can tell you about work when you consider aged care as a complete silo that's unrelated to housing policy, etc. The Dutch purchase and care model, the American, continuing care retirement model, where you integrate retirement villages into the aged care spectrum, reverse interest-free government-run reverse mortgages. There's a whole range of options, but not options that are going to work when all we're saying about aged care is that aged care is now a competitive private market and not part of our social contract as Australians.
Thank you very much.
We'll have to end this panel there, I'm afraid, but I'd like to thank each of you for your attendance today and your contribution to our committee's work. Any questions on notice are required to be returned to us by COB on the 23rd of October, but thank you very much. We'll now welcome a panel of lived experience witnesses. I believe two of those have joined us via phone, and we have one witness with lived experience in the room, if you'd like to join us.
Hello. My name is Val Fell.
Hi Val, we'll be with you in just one moment. We're just waiting for a witness to join us at the table.
Okay.
Thank you all for appearing before our committee today. This session is an opportunity for you to make a short statement to the committee. It's a listening exercise for us, so you won't be expected to answer questions from senators at the conclusion of your statement. I would like to remind you all not to disclose any personal or private information as you're sharing your statement, such as your date of birth or your home address. That's because we're broadcasting live, and once it's said, it will be out in the public domain, so please be cautious about the details you share. What we'll do, just to assist you in making your statement so you don't need to be looking at your watches, a buzzer will sound at about 8 minutes. That's just to give you an indication it's time to wrap up your comments. I'd like to ask each of you now to please state your full names for the, your first names only for the Hansard transcript, and then we'll proceed to the statement. So Rosemary, if you could just state your first name, please, for me.
Can you hear me? Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I very much appreciate it. My name's Rosemary. I'm 84 years old and I'm a resident in an aged care facility on the mid-north coast of New South Wales, very beautiful part of the world. I'm hoping to live to see the new aged care bill passed in my lifetime, and the facility, I hate that word, the home I'm in, is a very happy place on the main. I think there are about 120 residents. It's not at full capacity following COVID, but it is gradually reaching full capacity again due to staffing issues. Particularly in the country, it's always hard to get staff. Most of the staff we have been there for the 5 years I've lived there. Very dedicated people, obviously very caring, and that makes a huge difference in our day-to-day care. And I hope you'll excuse me if I read from a prepared statement, just so I remember what I've got to say. So I'm strongly in favour of the new Rights-Based Aged Care Act. I'm looking forward to our wonderful politicians working together on all sides of politics to make a real change for all ageing Australians and for all Australians and aged people and their families. With human rights in the Aged Care Act, I hope to see a difference in how all older people's lives are going to be. For people in residential aged care, we've heard dreadful things about people being neglected and abused by unscrupulous operators. I hope that the new Aged Care Act will more strictly regulate providers. A lot of providers face workforce shortages. That may have contributed to the neglects, especially during COVID. There were some dreadful stories we heard, but there is more many could have done. At my facility, when a lot of the staff were off sick, they utilised the outside staff. The gardeners came in. They weren't doing personal care, but they were doing things like serving meals up and down the corridors because we were all confined to our rooms. It was really great to see them several times a day giving us a wave and handing the meals out. That made a huge difference, so that the skeleton staff that were left to do the personal care did their best. And I think that was a great initiative. They'd obviously prepared for that in an emergency. But there are a lot of things done for cost cutting. We hear of things like dementia wings being merged, obviously to save on staff. I don't know how that will improve the lives of the people who are living in those units. We're hoping under the new Care Act that food will get better. Despite Maggie Beer's best efforts, and we all appreciate her efforts, food generally from surveys I've done myself from friends, food in aged care is not of high quality. Chefs are on a very tight budget with food. Food has deteriorated in quality. Some people say they're not getting enough to eat. That's not a problem for me. For example, our facility, our home, has recently moved all the breakfast onto a computer system. It started on Monday morning and it was complete bedlam and chaos. Nobody got their breakfast until, I didn't get any, but it was just total chaos, and this is how they're sort of trying to improve systems, whereas breakfast before was served from the dining room to people who had it in their rooms. Now it's gone on the computer, it's served from the central kitchen, so it was just totally disastrous. So on Tuesday, yesterday, I got my breakfast served personally by management, so that was an improvement. This morning, I got breakfast served at 6 o'clock, ready for us to set out on our journey. So I can tell you I'm looking forward to lunch. But it was good. So I think things will improve. It was a teething problem. I hope the New Aged Care Act will regulate all these sorts of things and stop providers from constantly trying to cut back on staffing costs. As far as residential aged care, people needing to pay more if they have the means, I think that's fair enough, as long as basic pensioners are protected and can still afford aged care. People with means should be prepared to pay more. I'm fine with that. I only moved into residential aged care 5 years ago because I couldn't get a home care package. I was approved for one, but I had to wait for funding. My health deteriorated, and so I moved into aged care more or less as a last resort in a rush, and I could have still been living at home. The week I moved into aged care, I got a letter saying my package had been approved, and it was all too late by then. And that was the same week that COVID happened anyway, so it was all a bit of a disaster. I didn't have high-level care needs. I had no choice of being on a waiting list for so long. I probably could have still been at home with the package, but never mind, it didn't happen for me. I'd already sold my apartment to finance my room in residential aged care. I'm happy living where I am now, but it's costing a lot more money for the government, taxpayers' money. It's more expensive to keep me in residential aged care than to give support I would have needed to stay at home. There are concerns that the New Aged Care Act provides no detail on how the Department of Health and Aged Care will ensure that people receive their support at home budget within 3 months by July 2027. I'm also concerned what will happen to all those people who will be waiting before July 2027 to receive support at home. Will they end up like me, having to enter residential aged care even though they didn't need to be there? So if I could have got the package, I probably would have still been living at home. But I mean, it's worked out well for me. I'm happy where I am. We have a happy time. We have a good life. And yeah, so that's my story, briefly.
Thank you very much, Rosemary, for sharing with us today. I'd now like to go to Margaret by teleconference. Margaret, if you could just say your first name and then please provide your statement.
Sure. My name is Margaret. I'm 76, and for some 18 months I've received a level 2 home care support package to promote independence and to assist me to continue living in my long-term home. I bought my house in 1981, so I've lived here for 43 years, and the third owner of a house built in 1915, so it has some maintenance problems. I'm used to being in charge and control, having supervised staff from age 22 till my retirement. I've been a very senior public servant, such as Director of the New South Wales Office of Ageing, CEO or Deputy CEO of various NGOs, and a visiting scholar, Associate Professor at McGill University in Montreal, Canada. I was a Board Director of Seniors' Rights Service for 10 years, the last 6 of which I was Board Chair. As you would understand, my independence and choice of priority support is very important to me, and my perception is that view is shared by the majority of older people. I don't accept the embedded ageism throughout the Australian society that somehow decreased physical ability as you move beyond middle age should mean you lose some of your human rights. I especially don't accept that many service providers believe their responsibility for duty of care is preeminent and overrides the right of an older person to make choices for themselves, particularly if the older person makes choices with which the service provider disagrees. The older person has made choices all their lives, sometimes good, sometimes bad. Why should it be seen that it is reasonable to lose that autonomy at some arbitrary point of their life and necessarily follow the decisions made by others? It should be noted that even for the cohort of 90-year-olds, the majority do not live in residential care. Older people who need support want home-based support, either to supplement the support they receive from family, friends and neighbours, or to manage alone. This view has been verified by every survey for years about what sort of support older people want. But for many, choice of support has not been possible because of waiting lists and other barriers to accessing care. And you've just heard Rosemary mention that her desire had been to live at home, but that option did not become available for her. The 1997 Aged Care Act was written from the point of view of service providers, and to introduce a rights-based approach to care will require intensive and extensive education of all players to ensure cultural change. Quality standards that are clear and enforced will play an important role in this change. I propose that government introduces a mandatory online module of some 20 minutes duration, which is required to be passed by all staff every 3 years. It's not going to be sufficient to do it once. It needs to be reinforced and reiterated that clients' rights are preeminent. A rights-based approach is so different from the current and historical approach. I believe a separate quality standard that explicitly requires confirmation of a rights-based, preferably right-centric approach to all aspects of care delivery is required, in addition to the integration of client rights within each standard. The ongoing elephant in the room is a perceived dichotomy between duty of care and dignity of risk. If people were encouraged to spend their whole lives from babyhood cocooned in their own homes, never opening the door and venturing into the outside, they might be physically safer. However, we know that would mean they miss out on most, if not all, of the joys and challenges that risk brings, that life brings, the mental and psychological health that we all aspire to. This is why consumer advocates emphasise dignity of risk as a priority. We want to have the option to choose the right to take risks according to our own priorities, not to be wrapped up irrespective of our own desires. Too often as people age, they are perceived as having higher and higher needs for priority to go to care rather than to activities and options that give them some entertainment or even joy. Going on a bus ride through fields of flowers is beautiful, but there's some risk in leaving home, getting on a bus and being driven on our roads. Guess what choice is likely to be made by most service providers? Guess what choice is likely to be made by older people themselves? At what age do you think dignity of risk should evaporate? At what age do you think duty of care should take priority over all other aspects of life? At what age do I lose my human rights? I insist on my rights for my whole life. Your views should not take priority. I am willing to discuss risk mitigation, but not to abrogate my ability to make choices. The choices for me, for my life, for what I want. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I know you said we won't take questions, but if you do want to ask questions, I'm very willing to answer.
Thank you, Margaret. I don't believe we'll have time for questions in this session, but we very much appreciate your statement, so thank you so much. Val, would you like to just please state your first name for us and then provide your statement?
Thank you. My name is Val Sell, and I am 95 years old. And I do thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. There have been an aged care advocate for a long time, with OPAN, with CODA, with Dementia Advocates, with Dementia Australia at least, and since 2021, I have been a member of the Council of Elders. As a volunteer, I have facilitated a support group for carers of people with dementia since 2013. It still runs, and I have 20 people a month attending a support group. So I hear a lot of things about, and have heard a lot of things about aged care, but my personal introduction to aged care was in the 1960s. That's prior to the 1997 Act, when my eldest brother-in-law was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. And that was followed by another, I was the eighth in a family of 11, so there were many older people in my family. Majority at home, as soon as they were still alive, would be over 100. Followed by another brother-in-law in the 1900s who was diagnosed with Alzheimer's as well, and whose care was then under the 1997 Act. So I saw pre-97 the biomedical model, and then the post-1997 Act, which was a service provider manual. This was followed by my husband's diagnosis in 2006. He stayed at home with me until 2010, when he went into residential care and passed away in 2013. But my experience with aged care generally, not just with dementia, included seeing my mother, my parents-in-law, 2 sisters and 2 brothers over time admitted into residential care. So you can imagine what a sigh of relief it was on September the 12th when I experienced it, when the new Aged Care Act was actually introduced to the House on September 12th. It was a great sigh of relief. I had woken up that day feeling very depressed, and it was with some exhilaration that I received a call to say, listen to Parliament this afternoon. So now is the time to break away from the 1997 Aged Care Act, which had the provider at the centre of the system, and place aged care under a new system designed to place the older individual at the centre of the operation. Now, I welcome the fact that the new Act embodies the principles and the rights of older people, so that I, now that I suddenly find myself in need of care myself, I can make decisions about where, how I can live, how I will live my life. My future will be based on my needs, my goals and preferences, and have my physical, medical, mental, social and cultural needs taken into account. But my problem here is that with the implementation of these rights and principles, the aged care journey starts with the assessment process, which is actually a 2-stage process. The ACAT interview followed by a service provider care plan, and ends at the palliative and palliative care stage of life. Section 23 in the Act talks about the rights to having supporters at initial assessment. But this is not repeated in the body of the document, that is in section 62. It is essential, particularly that aged care persons, particularly in the case of aged care persons with diagnosis of dementia, that they have assistance at the start. Any care plan must be co-designed. Supporters' input must be taken, not just noted. Their presence mustn't just be token. What they say should be acted upon. There must be input from everybody, including GPs. Recently, a GP said to me that they were disappointed because some of the people that they had been looking after for years had been assessed without their knowledge, and they really weren't up to being assessed, particularly over the phone. So a lot of the problems that that person had were never realised by the assessor in the first place. We must have, in as many cases as possible, a face-to-face assessment, because people with dementia, or even many other people with mild cognitive impairment, are not able to explain over the phone, and many of them can't hear. They need to have help there, and it needs to be face-to-face. You can't translate non-verbal communication through a telephone, not even always through a Zoom meeting. But face-to-face is the most important part of the assessment. I've always maintained that an aged care system will only be implemented fully if we have the right people with the right training in the right place at the right time that have paid the right remuneration plus rewards for continued personal development. I've been saying that for years, and no matter how good the principals know, no matter how good the act is, unless we have that is the right people. And by that I mean the people who want to work in aged care, not people who just are there for the job at the moment because it's the only job they can find, and that essentially says they have to work for something or other. We need the right people. And to do that, we need a cultural change. We need to make sure that people out there in the community don't think that once a person reaches the age of 65, they've passed their use-by date. They haven't. They're still people. They still have a life to live, and they're still part of they should still be part of the community. And one of the ways of helping that to happen is to start intergenerational education. These days, many young children never have contact with older people. So they go through that early part of life because, their families don't live close together like they used to in the olden days. People live in separate states and even in separate countries. And the younger children are not always exposed to the activities of older people. I've been part of intergenerational education for a couple of years, and it needs to be funded and it needs to be part of the cultural change in this world. And when I say the right training, I don't mean to say that everybody who works in aged care has to have an academic degree in aged care. I mean training at the level of the job that they are going to be doing. No matter where you work in aged care, particularly if you're working in a home support situation, you need to know how to support somebody who may have cognitive impairment, may not have dementia, may just be frail-aged. You need to have some level of competency. And there are many frameworks. The Dementia Training Australia have worked out, in conjunction with other organisations, have worked out a framework that can be used for training. So therefore you can train to certain levels, and as you go through the system, you can upskill and be rewarded for that upskill. But also when we talk about not only the right training, the people in the right place, that is, we need a ratio of staff. We need to know, for example, that if for every 20% of the staff being RNs, we've got about 30% as enrolled nurses and 50% of the staff are normally aged care workers. But to have instances I know of where at night there wasn't an aged care person, an aged care nurse, a registered nurse in the building. That person was in another building on the same block of land. And yet there was an incident where a scuffle between residents resulted in death. And that was all because the one person on the floor on that night had absolutely no training in looking after people with dementia. So that is wrong. We need the right people in the right. And they've got to be paid. I mean, this has been now taken into account. We are getting to the stage where maybe we're approaching the right remuneration. And people need to be rewarded for every stage in their personal development. When we come to aged care workers as well, we need to think about the registration of aged care workers. We know that there is in section 152, there is a talk about the screening process, etc. Okay, we've got police checks and other things, but we have nothing mentioned there about the level of competency that people have for a particular job. And we need a registration of workers so they can't, if they are dismissed in one place, immediately go and work in another place. This has happened time and time again. In fact, I know of one case where a person who was not satisfactory in their job was asked to leave. So they left and they set up their own aged care business. You know, well, this kind of thing cannot continue to happen. There needs to be a much more, or a much heavier discussion about accreditation for being a provider as well as being a worker. But when you come to the workforce, the nurses and the allied health people are registered because they belong to a particular association. But there's nothing like that for aged care workers. And aged care workers can be mobile. They can work for one, not only for one section of the aged care workforce in their town, but they can move from town to town or even state to state. So there needs to be a registration. All persons working in aged care also need some form of training, even if it's a gardener. Because if you have a gardener in a residential facility working in mowing the lawn or something like that, and he's approached by somebody who has dementia and doesn't quite know how to handle the situation, he needs to have some basic training in behavioural patterns or in first aid as well, of course. So there can be basic levels of training and upskill from there. There are certain other things that need to be looked at. That in order to make any act work, we have to have the workforce, as I said, the trained workforce. And to get that, we need to possibly make some differences in who can and cannot work. People who are over the age of 60 may want to work in aged care, but because of the pension situation, they find it difficult. So that needs to be looked at. And we need forward planning with all levels of government involved. We need an extension of the stewardship program so that state government and local government and federal government work together to plan for the future. Without planning, the Aged Care Act won't work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Val, for your statement, and to each of our lived experience witnesses. The committee will now be suspending for 30 minutes and will be returning at 1:35 Eastern. Thank you very much. Deputy Chair, I'm sure, is not far away. So we will resume, and I welcome representatives from St Vincent's Care Services, Calvary Healthcare and 3 Tree Lodge. Thank you all for appearing before our committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been given to you. For the Hansard record, I'm going to ask each of you to state your full names, please, and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and we might start at this end and work our way down.
Brian McLaughlin, I'm the National Director of Customer and Communication and Aged Care Advocacy for Calvary Healthcare.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm Lincoln Hopper, I'm the CEO of St Vincent's Care Services.
Great.
And I'm Catherine Hurrell, I'm the Chief Executive Officer at 3 Tree Lodge.
Thank you. I'm going to invite each of you to make a brief statement if you wish to, and then we'll go to questions from senators. And again, we'll keep to the same order if that's okay with you. So, Mr. McLaughlin.
Yep, thank you. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the Awabakal people and the traditional custodians and owners of the lands on which we're all meeting today. I'm Brian McLaughlin, the National Director of Customer and Communication and Aged Care Advocacy for Calvary Healthcare. Thank you for the invitation to appear before this committee hearing. Calvary Healthcare is a not-for-profit Catholic healthcare organisation, and our mission for more than 135 years is to provide quality, compassionate healthcare to the most vulnerable, including those reaching the end of their lives. Our organisation operates in every state and territory of Australia, except for Western Australia. We have 60 residential aged care homes in metropolitan, regional and rural towns across Victoria, New South Wales, South Australia, Queensland, Tasmania and the ACT. In these aged care homes and retirement villages live about 4,800 residents who are cared for and supported by more than 7,500 staff. Our 17 retirement living sites across New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia and Tasmania provide 514 units that respect the freedom of residents to live independently, while often being collated with aged care homes to make transition into full-time care easier if required. We also provide care to more than 18,500 clients on an annual basis within our home care services across 17 service centres in New South Wales, South Australia, Victoria, Tasmania and both the ACT and Northern Territory. We support our home care clients across a broad range of services. This includes home care packages subsidised by the Australian Government to enable clients with more complex needs to live independently for longer at home, as well as the Commonwealth Home Support Program for those seeking basic supports. In addition, we provide services for Veterans Affairs and NDIS disability services and flexible aged care like our Malakanya service on the Tiwi Islands. Calvary also works with brokerage services to support multifaceted care plans for home clients, and we also work with insurance agencies to support those recovering from accidents at home. We provide services for disability housing. Calvary is proud to deliver these services, diverse services, to those living in both metropolitan and remote areas, addressing various needs and supporting some of our most vulnerable members of our community, including Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Calvary also operates 13 hospitals, both public and private, have recorded close to 250,000 admissions in the last financial year. This broad footprint across Australia puts us in a unique position to understand and directly respond to the changing needs of our national population and embrace our deep commitment to ensuring people can connect with the right services at the right time, whilst also enabling them to age in place if they so choose. Calvary is a member of Catholic Health Australia, which has made a submission to the Senate Committee on our behalf. We are fully supportive of the new Aged Care Act and address the recommendations of the Royal Commission to the Aged Care Quality and Safety, and will ultimately set the foundations of a new system that focuses on safety, health, wellbeing and equitable access to a sustainable aged care system that older Australians and their carers deserve. We believe the rights-based legislative framework is a significant step forward in ensuring the emphasis is placed on the rights of individuals accessing care, but there is still further work to address some of the fundamental elements of addressing and implementing the Act, and to deliver the positive outcomes for older Australians regardless of where they live or their financial status. The steps taken to address funding reform to the sector are also welcomed. Like all operators, we need to change that directly address the financial challenges associated with ensuring a quality and sustainable aged care service for older Australians well into the future. Costs associated with workforce and the ability to reinvest in infrastructure, including digital systems, and upgrades to services that ultimately support innovative models of care are an ongoing challenge. New funding arrangements for both residential and home-based services must have a long-term view of demands of aged care as care needs become more complex. This also requires a more strategic view of how all health services will connect with aged care, from homes to hospitals to residential aged care settings. Calvary is already focused on this frontier, with our strategy directly targeting the delivery of great connected care to enable Australians to seamlessly transition into care services they require as their care needs change, while also embedding people to age in place must be their goal. This is why the increased home care supported packages is a critical part of the Aged Care Act's long-term success. Calvary welcomes the intent of this reform, but seeks further changes to the implementation approach to get this right. Calvary is optimistic about the reform and looks forward to continuing to work with the Australian Government to ensure the best outcomes for older Australians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Hopper.
Thank you, and hello, and thank you for the opportunity to present to the committee today. And may I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. My name's Lincoln Hopper. I'm the CEO of St Vincent's Care Services, and we're a division of St Vincent's Health Australia, Australia's largest not-for-profit health and aged care provider. Founded in 1857 by the Sisters of Charity, today we operate two major public hospital networks in Sydney and Melbourne, major private and community hospitals. We work alongside our major research institutes, and for the purpose of today's hearing, we operate 26 residential aged care facilities, 7 retirement villages, and provide home care to about 1,000 people in the community. Our scale makes us a microcosm of the health and aged care system, and our history makes us the holder of a special mission to look after the most in need in our community. We're also a member of Catholic Health Australia, who've made a submission to the Senate committee. I want to be very clear, the bill represents the single greatest reform to Australian aged care in Australia since 1997. It delivers on the promise of the Royal Commission for a rights-based approach to the care of older Australians. It delivers a sustainable foundation and a pathway forward for the future of the sector to provide for our residents, home care recipients, their families, and for our staff. And we strongly support the passage of the bill as an urgent priority in the sitting weeks remaining in 2024. The former government should be strongly commended for holding the Royal Commission. It was a difficult process, but a much-needed one. The bipartisan approach to aged care since then is a standout of political and policy success. Both parties joined together to pass the Parliament's first bill and enshrine the AN-ACT funding model. Now both parties have come together to enshrine the future of aged care. The sector appreciates the engagement and the approach. And I was personally heartened to hear Mr Dutton's words at CEDA in September when he said, "We've supported significant changes to aged care because these things are in our country's best interest." And I'm sure all Australians are proud of how their Parliament's handling this vital issue. And for our part, St Vincent's has worked closely with older Australian groups like National Seniors to advocate for these reforms. And this collaborative approach replicates what we've seen from the Parliament. On the cusp of this new Aged Care Act, St Vincent stands ready alongside all other great providers of care in the community to gear up for the necessary capabilities needed to deliver on the aspirations of the bill. Make no mistake, implementing the bill won't be easy, especially as the aged care sector will be working hard just to keep the metaphorical plane flying while we change the engines. And prudent consideration of the rollout timetable in some aspects would support the sector's readiness at such a significant time of change. There's a lot to do to change our operating models, find and upskill our workforce, change and upgrade our IT systems, and transition our policies and procedures. Allowing considered time for implementation would also deliver much needed clarity of the detail in subordinate legislation. And of most importance would be the benefit to service recipients who need time to catch up, to be informed and educated and supported to understand the changes associated with how older people will interact with the new system and how they receive and pay for their care. That said, I have absolute confidence in our sector's willingness to rise to this challenge of change, just as we have done so many times before, and to continue to serve those entrusted into our care with the love and respect that we already do today, and will do so in even greater ways into the future through this exciting new era in older persons' care in our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Harrell and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Three Tree Lodge, and I too would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today. And I'd also like to thank the committee for this opportunity to talk with you about the new Aged Care Bill. To provide some context, I'm slightly different to my colleagues. I run a 62-bed, standalone, not-for-profit, community-based service in regional New South Wales, Lithgow. We also offer employment to over 90 people in our community and provide enormous financial infrastructure by supporting local businesses in our community. But as an organisation, we've strongly supported the need for systemic reforms and have embraced and supported all the reforms to date. We believe the new Aged Care Act is central to the ongoing reforms needed to ensure optimal outcomes for older Australians both now and into the future. I'd like to acknowledge the positive changes made in response to the feedback to the exposure draft. Most notably is the removal of criminal penalties for providers and for responsible persons' duties. The other positive amendment has been the recognition of the need to balance the rights of an individual resident, in my case, with the rights of others, including other residents and aged care workers. While we recognise there is still significant clarity and detail needed in the absence of all the rules, on balance, we are very supportive of the bill in its current form and believe it is crucial that the bill is passed as soon as possible. Notwithstanding that, there are two issues, the transition timeline and the supportive provisions, that remain a concern for us as a smaller provider. We have significant concerns about the reform timeline and transition arrangements. We are concerned that unless there is sufficient timeframe and fiscal resources available to fully implement the many new requirements, providers may be unable to meet all the new legislative and compliance requirements despite a true commitment and dedication to the reforms. This is particularly the case for smaller providers such as us, where fiscal and human resources are already under great pressure. As such, we believe there is a need for a coordinated, cohesive and staged approach to the implementation of the reforms. Meaningful and sustained reform can only be achieved through adequate resourcing, and that includes the resourcing of the reforms themselves and through having highly skilled and trained people with the time and dedication to implement the reforms at service level. In relation to the supportive provisions, we fully support the need for older Australians to have other people assist them to make and action their decisions. While the provisions in the current bill around support provisions have improved, this remains a complex issue and greater clarity around the roles and authority of supporters needs to occur prior to any implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I might kick off with a few questions and then we'll rotate the call through senators. Ms Harold, I might stick with you if that's all right. I'm interested, you're a provider operating in a regional part of Australia. Can you talk to us about the importance of specific measures to support providers like yourself? I mean, the government has the $900 million funding for regional and remote providers, but why are these sorts of measures important? And can you speak to some of the different challenges you might face as opposed to services operating in metropolitan areas?
I think there are some very complex issues working in sort of the M 4 to 8 environment. I certainly operate in a 444 environment, and the new funding arrangements as of October will make a significant difference to sustainability. The cost of doing business, all right, and of attracting and retaining staff in a rural environment means our costs are significantly higher. Certainly grants that have supported, we've accessed grants in the past, whether it be capital grants for infrastructure development, BIF-BAF grants for capital works around information technology. So we've spent almost $135,000 in 2023 to upgrade all of our IT systems. Part that was funded through a BIF-BAF grant. Without that, we would not have had the resources as a standalone facility. I think the other significant thing, both with current funding and future funding, is we do not have the capacity to charge the refundable accommodation deposits amounts that our metropolitan counterparts do. And as a consequence of that, even with the 2% retention, we've done some rough calculations around that. That's only likely to yield us on our current RAD prices, our current RAD DAP and combination components, about $169,000. Now, I just refurbished 10 rooms, new carpet, new furniture, new beds, 10 of my 62, and that was already $80,000. So you can see that that amount of money doesn't necessarily, for the triple R space, going to be successful. But I think certainly the increase in the NWA component is going to be significant for us moving forward.
Thank you, Ms Harrell. I might come to Mr Hopper now, and I'm interested in your perspective, or St Vincent's perspective and experience in accessing capital, and how you think the reforms to accommodation in this bill might support the delivery of more beds in your services.
I think some of the funding reforms in the bill give the sector significant certainty about the future. One of the challenges we've had for a long time is not just necessarily accessing capital, but the certainty of the operations for which that capital would be put. So the reforms, as they're outlined in the bill, certainly gives the sector a greater capacity to plan and invest capital. I think that also then incentivises funders to be interested in the aged care sector, whether that's external to a provider or within itself. So the funding reforms have set the sector up for a much greater success than it's had up to this point, which has certainly been limited by that uncertainty of funding.
Thank you very much. Can I also ask you about the importance of the dedicated highest funding classification of $25,000 for additional home care services for people at the end of life?
The importance of that? It's significant. We know that more and more people the acuity of our residents is increasing, particularly in the palliative care phase of their life, and having them choose the place of their passing is significant, so the opportunity for them to be able to palliate in a place of their choice matters, and the support that goes with that is significant, and the funding therefore is matched accordingly to those needs. So it's an absolutely critical and important step for those people.
Thank you, Mr Hopper. And Mr McLaughlin, I just want to ask you a couple of questions regarding support at home. Can you talk us through what you see as the value of support at home as a program and a service? And in terms of the start date commencement of 1 July 2025, are there particular challenges that you're concerned about in meeting for that start date?
Yeah, so most definitely the value of the support at home program is exactly that allows aged care providers or home care providers to provide care to people in their home, where realistically most people would like to receive that care and have that service delivered. Obviously, from a system point of view, there's some benefits in that in terms of reducing pressure on hospitals, reducing pressures on residential aged care beds and the way that will work. But by far that being able to have that community focus and that home focus is the most significant. I think there are challenges in the introduction, and particularly, trying to map out the timelines of what the likely progression will be. I think Lincoln referred to it in terms of the fact it's a fairly dramatic change in terms of the way we've been funded and the way we've been operating services for quite a number of years. And that transition timeline is quite short, given that we don't necessarily have all the details at this stage. There's a reasonable level of information there, and we're trying to preempt where that may go. But the absolute rules, the absolute guidelines, the way that's going to play out will be very, very short, and particularly then the important flow through into pricing and what that will mean for operators. So that is challenging for us, and that's probably the most concerning part for us, is around that short time frame. The alternatives, obviously, we're not keen on seeing a delay there, but some sort of shadowing or protection or safety net in place would be the other alternative for that if the date was to progress, that there are safety net provisions in place to make sure that the financial viability and sustainability of services is provided through with it. I think the other important part with that is we're unsure what consumer behaviour is going to be with the changes and the way that flows through, and that's going to be an important part for us around education, both from a government perspective around role with that, but then also our role as providers to make sure that people are aware of what their entitlements are, the way that will work, and what that will mean, particularly as part of transition, but then moving into a new world of a new funding arrangement that's very, very different. So.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pass the call to Senator Ruston and then to the Deputy Chair. So Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. How do I do this? I don't get that. Do you want to just take the roll and cut?
We can't hear you, Senator Ruston, so we might just give you a moment to sort with broadcasting, and we'll go to the Deputy Chair, Senator Orman Payne,
I
and
was
we'll come
going
back
to
to
say,
you.
I'm getting feedback.
Sorry, is she better?
I don't think she's better. We'll come back to you, Senator Ruston. We'll just try to work out what's going on. But Senator Orman Payne, you can take the call now.
Thank you.
Apologies, I had something else on at lunch. One of the concerns that was raised in the hearing the other day was issues around delineation of services. So we have the service list now, we have some things that are clearly clinical care, we have the everyday living and the independent support, and there was questions particularly around in support at home, the challenges in delivering sort of multiple aspects of that, if that makes sense, like the scenario that was given as someone comes in to shower someone, but actually part of that then is also cleaning that area, and one of those things falls under cleaning and one of those things fall under the other types of care. So just interested in your thoughts around that and the way that's structured. And I guess one of the other things that we're hearing is that because of where some of those services sit in those lists, it may in fact, like some older people have criticised it and said that's actually going to make it harder to stay at home because there are things that we currently can just get in our package and now we're going to have to contribute. So just wondering if you have any thoughts around those things for those of you that offer care in those settings as well as residential.
Yeah, so I think the complexity of that and people understanding, particularly from a consumer's point of view, about what their commitment is, if you like, around services and having that current and understandable is the biggest challenge. You've touched on a really good example of, the ability to be able to provide a mixed service of, providing a shower and then domestic assistance that meets someone's needs. It probably allows them to stay at home that week, whereas to split that and try and make that in a sensible way that you can explain that to someone will be challenging. It's probably challenging for us, even as a provider, as to how we would actually look at that. But then the flow through of, well, what would that mean for somebody and how do you explain that so that they can make an informed choice about what the best way for them to use their package is that's a concerning part of it. And particularly if those categories aren't right, that's going to be the biggest one. It could be the littlest thing in the wrong list that will make the biggest difference to someone staying at home. And I think that's where it relates back to where we really don't understand what consumer behaviour will be as to whether people will opt in and out of packages depending on what their own out-of-pocket expenses are to have those delivered.
Yeah. It's a great question, Senator, because we've spoken a little so far about the readiness of the provider, but there's a readiness of the consumer to understand these things too, and it's complex. So it goes to education, it goes to even billing and administrative tasks that are easy to understand for them as well, because we are concerned about either misunderstanding and driving wrong incentives or behaviours from the residents as a consequence of not fully understanding what's available to them. So it possibly goes then to the unintended consequences of rushing through something than getting it right, without seeking to also delay at the same time, which is a message that Brian was sharing before. So, but it certainly gets to the heart of understanding absolutely how it will operate in order for then providers to do our very best. But I also think there's a significant task to educate the consumer about how they will now interact with this system so they absolutely know what they're getting and how it works for them.
I don't offer home care services, but I think I support both Brian and Lincoln. The complexity of funding for both residential and home care is often very challenging for the older person but also for their family. And there is a very clear need as we move forward with these reforms for there to be a very concerted and consolidated education piece across the community, at all levels of the community. And the simpler those models are, the easier it will be. I think sometimes we assume a level of fiscal and life literacy that doesn't always exist in every community. And we need to recognise that and recognise that we need to deliver it in a way that everyone in our community understands.
I'm happy for you to try Senator Ruston again, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Ruston, we might give it another go.
Okay, let's try. Oh, that's much better. I'm not getting any feedback. Can you hear me?
For us too, yes, thank you.
Fantastic. Can I just follow on from that line of questioning around the simplicity of the model and older Australians and their families understanding it? Do you have a view, particularly in relation to the reform that's been proposed for support at home, about how we might make these models simple for people to understand, but still give choice and flexibility to the individual around allowing their particular package to meet their needs? That's to anyone.
Thank you, Senator. I think transparency of the information and clarity about that such that it's understood what it is, but also it's very simple to understand and digest and have a conversation with the provider if there are concerns. I think as a starting point, it might sound very simple, but indeed the system as we know it is complex, and this is arguably a big change for the service recipient. So the simpler and more transparent that information can be, I think it allows the consumer to be informed about what choice they're making.
So can just following on from that, you say that the simpler, and you talk about transparency. I mean, I have to say, having a look at the design that's been proposed for support at home, it looks extremely complicated to me. You've got 8 different package levels, you've got 3 different levels of the service list, and then you've got different amounts that relate to each one of those, depending on whether you're a pensioner, a part pensioner, a self-funded retiree with a healthcare card or one without one. Just understanding, do you think anyone's going to be able to navigate that and then chuck in a means test on top of it?
I think the ability for the consumer to understand that is a challenge for the sector to respond to, but I also think government's education role in the community is critical to this too, to bring the consumer up to speed in terms of the decisions they're wanting to make about it. But it's imperative we make that as clear as possible for that consumer to make an informed choice.
So from your perspective, I'm speaking to Mr. Hopper, aren't I?
Yes, you are, Senator.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So from the perspective of you as a provider, and the same to the other witnesses, do you think that support at home as it's currently being proposed, albeit you don't have all the rules and details that sit behind what's being proposed, how do you see that in terms of your ability and the simplicity with which you will be able to provide the services under those rules and guidelines in your role in making it simple for older Australians?
Senator, today the system's not necessarily simple today, and we're able to rise to that challenge in the relationship we have with consumers. So I think we'd be just using the muscle that we've built in order to be able to communicate effectively with those service users. But given the changes to support at home and the significant benefit that will derive those consumers, we really need to increase the level of transparency and simplicity of that information. It will be really, really important to those people. But the sector has already today some capacity in this space. We're doing this, if you like, through current arrangements. We're certainly needing to up the ante, as I would say, under the new arrangements, though.
Does anybody else want to make a comment on that?
Yes, Senator. Brian McLaughlin from Calvary Healthcare. We sort of agree with Lincoln and St Vincent's view that I think that clear information will be critical in that period of transition. It is, from a sustainability and the longer term sustainability of services. That transition period will be an organisational risk. There's no doubt about that. There's an uncertainty around the way that funding will play out, what will happen with consumer choice and the way that will roll through. I think our ongoing mission commitment around providing services will see us stay through that program. But obviously taking an opportunity to either engage with government, the department, or other agencies are involved in shaping and forming is an important part, and we see that as a large provider of services, an important role that we have to have as well to help try and shape services.
Yep. Can I ask, in relation to CHSP, in terms of the ability to, do I assume that you provide CHSP?
That's correct, Senator. Yes.
Yes. Yes. So there is very little mention in the bill in relation to CHSP, or for that matter, the 800+ thousand Australians who currently receive services through that means. Do you have a view about, how we need to integrate CHSP or the people that currently receive services in that manner into this bill? And are you at all concerned about the fact that the bill doesn't really reflect on CHSP at all?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, Senator, I think that transition, given that we don't know all the guidelines and all the rules for the early part, it's a little bit hard to understand and even view how the CHSP will flow in over time. Imagining that people would transition through services as they age naturally, that point at time where people may come off existing CHSP services into the new supported home program, I think would be something that we would need frameworks and guidelines as to how that would work and what that would look like, whether that's covered by the current grandparenting. But really, it's probably a little bit difficult to answer that question given that we're not completely sure of the supported home framework yet without necessarily knowing the second phase of where CHSP folds in and how that looks from a provider point of view.
I suppose I raised the issue when we've had the government made comment that they're intending to release 300,000 home care packages, which will be supported home, I assume, by the time they're all released. And yet we've got 800,000 people we sit here today that are on CHSP. They're all supposedly transitioning onto home care packages. I'm just really interested in your understanding about how on earth you're going to find the workforce to be able to deliver that. And we don't have any information about what's even going to happen. I mean, it just worries me, or I'm just wondering, are you concerned that you don't have any detail around what is likely to happen to these 800,000 people who are currently in the system when CHSP is no longer in existence? Or do you think we should keep CHSP?
I think, in my opinion, keeping CHSP in the long term isn't necessarily the best outcome for the provision of services. I think you've touched on a very important point, and it's a well-made point around that transition is critical about how we move across and how that looks. I think the supported home, obviously, whilst it still has some questions as to what it will look like, I think in our opening statements we touched on the fact that we're optimistic about that reform and the way that will work for providers, but most importantly for consumers. It's really about transition arrangements is probably the bigger issue that we would see, and I'll be perfectly honest, I'm not sure I have the answer to your question for that this afternoon, Senator.
Yeah, sure. Can I just look, we've heard in evidence at other hearings concerns from potential providers, particularly in relation to support provisions. I was wondering if you had any comments you'd like to add to the inclusion of support provisions in the bill and how that sort of intersects or conflicts potentially with existing provisions under state and territory, power of attorney, etc.
we're just having a little bit of difficulty hearing that question.
Senator Ruston, could you put that again?
I'll try. Is that better?
Let's see.
Yep.
Okay. I was just wondering if, actually, you may have to try and do what you did before with the Secretariat. I've got to turn back again, which is probably why you're having difficulty hearing me.
It sounds okay at the moment, if you want to put the question again.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm just getting a massive amount of feedback down my phone, but anyway, I'll try and talk over it. So just wondering, we've heard evidence from a number of other people about their concerns around the supporter provisions that are included in the new bill, and the potential for that to be complicated and duplicative in relation to existing provisions in state and territory law around power of attorney and the like. I'm just wondering if you wish to make any comment about the supporter provisions and how that will play out for your organisations.
Senator, it's Catherine Hurrell speaking. I think there needs to be some greater clarity around this issue. I've obviously been working, and I have a health background in the sector, and have for many years worked within a framework of enduring guardians, enduring powers of attorney, however titled in whatever jurisdiction, but also worked very closely with extended family, people who might not be officially. And they are important in assisting and supporting the individual to make a decision, but not necessarily the decision maker. And I think there are a number of questions still that remain unanswered around, how will supporters be appointed? How will providers and visiting health professionals know who the appointed supporters are? What will be their decision-making capacities? And I think until those things are clear and we've worked out the legal issues in each jurisdiction, we need to defer that. So I think most people in the sector agree that an individual needs to have, at any given time, maybe more than one person to assist them, to collect information, to distill information, to help them make a decision, to help them action that decision. But there reaches a time when someone makes a decision on behalf of someone. That's a very different concept. So if we use the general understanding, support means to help, not to do. And I think the terminology itself is actually part of the confusion. I don't think anybody, any provider would say that we don't want an older person to be supported in decision making, but it's when someone makes a decision on behalf of someone else that becomes very complex. And I also think that for consumers themselves, this will be a complex issue. And so I think we do need to really explore this with a great deal of detail before we move forward.
Senator, it's Lincoln.
Thank you.
It's a good response from Catherine, and it is the intersection of state and territory and power of attorney arrangements, and we would highlight, even specifically in Victoria, for example, there's a conflict in the way it's been drafted with how the Victorian legislation works. So yes, we need to get into the detail of that and resolve these matters about supporters.
Cheers. So on the back of that, in terms of the time frame that you think that you would be, which you're just saying you need more information and more detail, what sort of time frame do you think that you would need to implement these particular suite of reforms once you actually have that detail?
I think, Senator, we've highlighted today support at home is a transformational aspect of the bill and has significant challenge in it for the sector to change its operating model, systems, process, etc. That is probably the most standout aspect of this. Yes, we're highlighting areas that need to be addressed, but the sector's ready to respond and keen to see the bill passed without unintended consequences of implementation where we haven't considered things duly. Support at home seems to be the area that's highlighting that the most, but there's certainly other areas where the sector would keen to progress as quickly as it could to see the implementation occur now.
Okay, so maybe reverse that answer. So you identified supported home, and Ms Hull just mentioned the supported provisions as two areas where you think that more time in the implementation is obviously going to be critical to the success of implementation. Are there any other aspects in the bill that you think would benefit from, well, firstly, more information, and secondly, a greater opportunity to unpack that, and that require timeframes in terms of delivery that you think would benefit the ultimate outcome?
Thank you, Senator. I think the single biggest issue to implementation is actually just having the full content of knowledge through the subordinate legislation. With supported home, there's some aspects that we won't know, for example, pricing until February next year, which makes it difficult to gear up for that. The Catholic Health Australia submission suggested some opportunities to think that through a shadow pricing mechanism if we were to implement on the 1st of July next year. The other aspects, yes, are certainly within the subordinate legislation. So the earlier we can get the better, if you like, because it's the uncertainty of just not knowing what to do and how we're preempting some of the things that we expect to be there. That's probably the more challenging aspect of implementation than others. It's the not knowing the answers to some of those questions that we're seeking.
So to that end, if you taking it back to the IHACPA pricing that is, unlikely to be seen before February, do you have any concerns about the propensity for the numbers to actually stack up in terms of the ability for you to actually be able to provide the services that you are going to be asked to provide within the funding that potentially could come out in that pricing? Because I asked you this question, and we are being asked as a parliament to pass this legislation in the absence of much of the information that you have indicated is critical for your final decision making and your processes going forward. If the pricing comes out in February in a manner that says that it's just not viable for you to provide the services within that pricing envelope, where does that leave us in terms of having passed a piece of legislation in the absence of seeing the really critical information that's contained within it? Have you any concerns about the viability of, particularly in relation to supported home, should the pricing come out in a way that doesn't provide the kind of funding that you need to be able to deliver the services within the infrastructure that you already have in place?
Thank you, Senator. And as we've spoken about, one possibility to address and the understanding of that pricing would be to delay the implementation of supported home until the 1st of July 26, or alternatively put a shadow pricing mechanism which allows us to be able to test and understand that feasibility and input that through the IHACPA process. That would allow us to understand it, to your point, but also continue to be funded under existing arrangements until 2026, with which time providers have been able to take all of that into account into their service delivery. That would be one way to address that concern you've raised there.
Yep, okay. So in terms of shadow pricing, do you believe there's sufficient information out there at the moment to even enable a shadow pricing infrastructure to be put in place while we watch what happens with the next few months or next 12 months following the implementation of this Act?
Senator, it's Brian McLaughlin from Calvary. The shadow pricing, I think, is important from allowing to maintain the ongoing delivery of services and function for the providers, and obviously the delivery of care to consumers, but at the same time safeguarding in the background or monitoring in the background that proposal or the impact or the way that would flow through. If you reflect back to when the AN-ACC funding was first introduced into residential aged care, there were safeguards put in place for residential aged care facilities that were disadvantaged through the introduction of AN-ACC funding. And, as a provider that was in that boat, that we had some homes that saw a shift in their revenue that scheme gave us some assurance or some benefit, if you like, for us to maintain our services and work through what we then needed to do from our business operations to either improve our efficiency or look at the way we modelled that service. So I suppose what I'm also trying to say, this isn't just a government problem, this is also about the way we operate our services and the way we need to adapt and change as an industry as well to a new model.
Thanks. Can I just ask you, to your knowledge, have any of your organisations had any involvement in the decision to reduce the care management fee cap from 20% to 10%?
Senator, on behalf of Calvary, I think we're a no with that. Obviously, in terms of direct consultation, whether it's through peaks, I'm unsure, but as an organisation, no.
And that's the same for St Vincent's, Senator.
Yeah, sure, and I'm assuming, Ms Hull, they haven't asked you as a single operator?
Yes.
No, and so to that end, do you have any concerns around the provision of service or the ability of your organisations to provide care management services and package management services to benefit the people you look after with the reduction of the cap to 10%? Do you have any concerns about that cap reduction?
Senator, I think the cap reduction in terms of case management or care management, given that that's always variable in terms of what a client's needs throughout the care, the continuum of care is probably the biggest issue, the fact that it's a blunt indicator. Admittedly, the supplement for the palliative care would be an assistance with that, but whether it should be graded, depending on the level of acuity within the package, could be something that could be considered or looked at. I think just in terms of the general package management fee, the reality of that is that will come down to, the price that's applied to the provision of services and whether that's sufficient for us to be able to operate our infrastructure that's required. And I'm not just talking about, the direct services there. It's obviously our service centres, our IT systems, our telephony systems, all those things that go to maintaining good services and providing services to people living at home still.
Okay. You made the comment or used the term blunt indicator. I was just wondering have you had any involvement or were you consulted in any way about the decision to put a cap on cleaning and gardening?
Once again, Senator, from Calvary's behalf, no, we weren't.
Okay. So do you have any concerns about the determination in relation to, I think it's 52 hours or 26 lots of 2 hours, one imagines, for cleaning, and I think it's 18 hours for gardening per year. Do you have any concerns about the ability for you to be able to support the people that you currently support and the ones you will support into the future with those caps in place? Are they adequate, or is having a single number cap, as you referred to previously, a blunt indicator?
Senator, I think the issue with the cap is really comes down to the needs of the consumer more than anything else. The choice of whether it's 1 hour a week of domestic assistance or 2 hours a week of domestic assistance could be the difference of what it means for someone to stay at home or not stay at home. So having that cap in place in one way is a little bit could be limiting over the longer term in terms of the fact that it will affect people's behaviour, or it may require people to have support services from outside the package or outside the support at home framework to actually maintain and stay at home sort of thing with it.
Yep. I wasn't sure if that was Mr. Hopper or Mr. McLaughlin.
That was Mr. McLaughlin.
Other one want to have any?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Hopper, did you want to add anything to that?
Only to add that one way possibly to think about caps could be to think about them as benchmarks that may allow flexibility, but keeping some bandwidth or pricing mechanism in place to support good outcomes or efficient outcomes that really allows providers to deliver the right outcome for a service user at the same time as responding to the need to be really efficient about that.
Yeah. And just finally, Ms. Hull, I was just wondering, given you are a single, reasonably small regional operator, in terms of the strictness of care minutes rationing, do you think that the current restrictions that don't take into account enrolled nurses or allied health into the care minutes is restricting your ability to perhaps deliver the kind of tailored and flexible care that meets the choice and control of your residents?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I do. We are welcome the 10% inclusion of enrolled nursing that has just been introduced, and we have certainly been using enrolled nurses in our facility, as a number of my regional colleagues have for a number of years. But I can share that when I ask my consumers what would improve their quality of life, they say to me more leisure and lifestyle, more allied health. And so consumers are actually saying this is what they want in terms of increased care minutes. And so the inability within the current funding arrangements to be able to offer that can be at times quite frustrating. So I do believe that there needs to be greater flexibility to meet the needs of the cohort of clients in that facility. And that as long as those consumers are engaged and involved in determining how that works, and there are safeguards around it, I think there does need to be some loosening up of what we define as care minutes, and that leisure and lifestyle and allied health are absolutely critical. We know those two things, and I listened to the consumer speaking earlier. They talked about lifestyle. They talked about those things that are really important to them. And so I think it is important that we do consider that moving forward.
I don't know whether Mr. Hopper or Mr. Lachlan want to add
Questions?
to
We
that.
need to move to the next panel. Thanks.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Did you just drop off? Okay, all right. I meant one more, but that's okay. Thank you very much for appearing on this panel. Oh, you are there?
No, Chair, all I was just suggesting, asking if Mr. or Mr. McLaughlin wanted to make any comment on the answers I just got from Ms. Hull. That was all my last question was.
Did you wish to make a comment, Mr. Hopper?
Just briefly to add, thank you, Catherine. I really concur with your response. Providers who have a holistic care model, such as St Vincent's, we value everyone in that process. And sadly, under the current arrangements, we don't get to value, count, take into consideration the aspects of what's been spoken about, lifestyle, health, but also hospitality, cleaning, pastoral care, a whole range of inputs into the care and the life of a particular residential service. So that's a shame, because unfortunately those people tell us they're not valued by the system as a consequence of not being counted. We certainly ensure they know the value, and our residents really value that contribution they make. But it's a sad unintended consequence of the current system of only counting certain people's contribution towards the life of a resident.
And we agree, Senator, with both Lincoln and Catherine's view. I think lifestyle, for sure, more flexibility around enrolled nurses would be amazing, particularly in some of our rural and remote homes. Gives us a lot more opportunity. But, you know, same thing when we engage with our consumers, it's that lifestyle aspect is a fairly important part for us. So.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. With that, we do need to conclude this panel now. So I'd like to thank you all for taking the time to appear before us, for your submissions and your participation in our committee's work. We really do appreciate it. If you took questions on notice, we're asking for them to be returned to us by COB on the 21st of October, so we can meet our reporting deadlines. But with that, you're free to leave the table, and thank you again. And I would like to call representatives from Mabel and Scalabrini to the table, and I believe we have RSL Life Care joining us via teleconference. everybody. Thank you for appearing before our committee today. I understand that information has been provided to you regarding the protection of witnesses and parliamentary privilege. For the Hansard record, I'd like you each to state your full names, please, and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and we'll start with those in the room.
Thank you. My name is Emma Clark and I'm the Chief Financial and Chief Operating Officer for Attain Health Tech.
My name is Liam Nylon and I'm the Head of Government and Stakeholder at Mabel, representing Attain Health Tech.
My name is Richard De Haast. I'm the Chief Executive of Scalabrini.
Great. And on the phone from RSL Life Care.
Yeah, good day. Yeah, it's Nathan Kling. I'm the CEO of actually it's RSL Care South Australia, not RSL Life Care. That's our sister organisation in New South Wales.
Oh, okay. So you're joining us from South Australia, did you say?
That's correct. RSL Care South Australia, and I'm representing the national RSL.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'm going to invite each of you to make a brief opening statement if you wish to do so, and at the conclusion of your remarks, we'll have questions from senators, and we might stick to the order in which we began. So.
Thank you, Senators. Attain Health Tech is grateful for the opportunity to testify before the committee today. For the information of the committee members, Attain is the parent company of two leading brands in aged care, Mabel Technologies, which operates the Mabel platform, and the approved provider Homemade. Myself and my colleague Mr Nylon represent all three companies today. Attain supports the introduction of the Aged Care Bill and commends both the Albanese government and the Dutton opposition for their role in introducing this important legislation into Parliament. In our submission, we described in detail our strong support for the Digital Labour Platform proposal. In our view, this represents a common sense approach to the question of regulating digital platforms, including Mabel. Mabel welcomes the chance to be formally regulated in the aged care sector for the first time. This will mean platforms like Mabel have to ensure no entity or sole trader has a banning order against them. We have to notify the commissioner who operates the platform and other information to be decided by rules, maintain a complaints management system and provide information to users about that system, maintain an incident management system and provide information to users about that system, display the statement of rights on the platform, and the government will also be able to make rules about the storage of information and the provision of information to regulators. Rules will also be established in relation to the screening of workers, which will likely apply to platforms. These conditions broadly align with existing practice on leading platforms such as Mabel, and it makes sense for these requirements to be regulated. We have also made some comments about the financial sustainability of home care. Attain supports in principle the notion of aged care clients who can afford paying more for their home care taking a greater role in funding that care. We also endorse regulatory protections to prevent overcharging for services and inappropriate fees. However, the model as presented by the Department of Health and Aged Care to date does not, in our view, strike that balance, and we would welcome the chance to provide some views on this issue. Overall, Attain encourages the government to adopt a precautionary approach in the changes to the financial model of home care and the scale of the regulatory changes to ensure that providers have appropriate time to comply. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Mr Nolan, is your statement covered? Yes, great. Mr De Haast.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much to the committee for the invitation to appear in front of you, and I'd like to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the land on which we all meet. I represent a mid-sized, culturally and linguistically diverse aged care provider called Scalabrini. We're primarily and currently a residential aged care provider in New South Wales, diversifying into supported home and creating communities offering ageing in place, social housing and staff rentals. We employ about 1,200 staff across 7 locations within New South Wales. We're a member of Catholic Health Australia, and that is the umbrella organisation, has made a submission on our behalf. Overall, my team and I are very supportive of the bill. We particularly like the rights-based approach and the broader reform agenda that underpins it. We strongly support the passing of the bill as an urgent priority for 2024. It is a delight to have something to talk about and debate, but to provide initial but ongoing certainty as to what our operations will look like in the future. It certainly lays the foundation for better quality and more sustainable aged care system looking after older Australians. While happy to take questions about the Catholic Health Australia submission, I would like the senators and the committee to consider three particular aspects. The higher everyday living fee is included in the bill. We welcome the fact that it's articulated in there and it's contained in there. However, the provision that consumers need to opt in once they're already in a residential aged care facility is problematic, and to our view solves a problem that actually isn't there. So in June last year, the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission tabled the regulatory bulletin that provided a framework for regular and ongoing review of what was called additional services fees and a mechanism for, dispute or variation around that. Having that locked into the bill that consumers have to opt in once they arrive is very difficult to actually police. And in fact, in our particular organisation, it will see a diminution of services to residents. So currently we have pay TV in multiple languages. We offer beer and wine for dinner and lunch. But what will happen for our staff is how do you differentiate between those who've opted in and those who haven't. And so in fact we are considering how we scale back those outcomes. It is the difference, I guess, between checking into an Ibis hotel, which is a hotel with a shower and bed and furnishings, versus the Sheraton. And I think we need to trust consumers to make those decisions around it. As a culturally and linguistically diverse provider, I would strongly urge the committee to put some attention around the education associated with the bill. It is already a complex system. As a residential aged care provider, our inquiry line lights up on a Wednesday afternoon for the balance of the week, because that's when the discharge clerks at the hospital start talking to families and saying you need to find a nursing home for your loved one. It's a crisis and a grudge purchase, and nobody thinks about it until almost too late. And I think an education program that is aimed simply and more effectively across multiple language groups is quite crucial around that. Personally, and lastly, we strongly support the Supported Home initiative. It's where consumers want to be, and it's good to see the legislation framed around it. I do think the lack of detail is problematic, and earlier some of the witnesses talked to that. I also think the notion of fixed pricing is also deeply problematic. Markets differ. You have any type of service provider that has differential pricing depending on where they're located and the markets they operate in. We would certainly support a pricing mechanism from IHACPA as an independent authority, and then providers having the ability to decide where they go from that particular point, and then consumers to choose providers that meet their needs. But lastly, I think it's a very exciting opportunity, and we certainly strongly support the bill. Look forward to your questions.
Thanks so much. Mr. Clinch, online.
Yeah, coming to you from the Adelaide Plains, the land of the Kaurna people, and I pay my respects not only to them but to the 15,000 veterans nationally who report having Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander origins, and I thank them for their service. I kind of come with two hats, I guess, to this committee hearing. I'm coming as a volunteer rep of the RSL, where I'm a sub-branch president of the RSL, the Adelaide sub-branch. But in RSL Care South Australia, we're a residential aged care provider. We have 3 homes, including one in MM3 Regional, focused on veterans, so special needs groups in that regard. And we also run a homeless program for veterans here in Adelaide, and very much an important part of that community is our older homeless veterans, and a growing concern for us in terms of that accessibility through to aged care. From a veteran perspective, at the time of the last census, there were 496,300 people who previously served in the Australian Defence Force, and really what that represents is 1 in 20 Australian households reported at least one person who served in the ADF. So although we've had the World War II population not exclusively move through our aged care ranks, but are certainly very much thinning out, we do very much have the next wave coming through. In particular, I want to draw attention to, from the census data, the population group that's between 55 and 85 year age. And I think that's important because really the 55 to 85-year-olds are the ones who are going to be living through the life of this next act, I think, realistically, in terms of the duration of what we can expect the next act to achieve. So of that bracket from 55 to 85-year-olds, for veterans nationally, we've got 304,121 veterans in that category. And the highest density age group in that group as at the census date, so shuffled forward a couple of years, was the age bracket 70 to 74, which had 81,000 veterans in that. And really what that represents are the 60,000 veterans that we sent to Vietnam. I'll probably focus on them, I think, from the line of questioning, because it's helpful to sort of be able to narrow it down into a group. And I think when we look at them, one of our concerns with the Act is, from a veteran perspective, obviously, specific elements relating to veterans have been removed with the new draft Act coming through. To the one extent, veterans are part of the special needs community, and in fact, veterans are representative of special needs communities across the communities called Indigenous, LGBTIQ+, are all represented heavily in our population. But one of the key differences with our veteran community is they were generated by the government. Our Vietnam veterans were conscripted to deploy overseas. They went and did a job that we asked of them. And we feel that there's some specific considerations that we need to have and maintain to make sure that as a nation we really do the right thing by our veterans in terms of accessibility and in terms of the experiences they have in aged care. For the purpose of the Senate hearing today, I'm particularly interested just to ensure that submission stated that our veterans are no worse off in terms of how their Department of Veteran Affairs incomes are assessed with respect to aged care. But what I particularly want to hopefully get to discuss is around how we manage trauma in the aged care sector and the aged care. The Draft Aged Care Act mentions the words trauma aware, which is actually a pretty low bar in terms of what we might expect the sector to be able to do when we may be able to shoot, say, trauma informed. I hope to have a discussion around that. Very interested in how we can enable pathways for our vulnerable Australians, in particular our homeless, and how we can avoid the risk we're facing of really some great barriers to them entering aged care when there is an increasing focus on those who can afford to pay to be in there. Where do the most vulnerable of our community goes and what does that look like? And also as a not-for-profit provider with a volunteer board, a very highly skills-based board that has done great things for our community here in South Australia. Very happy to take any questions about what it means to serve under a volunteer board and the fact that they do have a lot to contribute for the sector under the new Act. That's it for my introduction. Thank you for the opportunity to attend the committee hearing today.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pass the call to Senator Ruston in the first instance and then to Senator Pratt. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. Can I ask you, Ms Clark, how many regions across Australia do you provide services to that otherwise would not be serviced by home care, by having actual physical presence providers?
Thank you for the question, Senator. One of the advantages, and I'll answer this through the lens of Mabel, our platform company. So one of the advantages of operating a digital platform is obviously you don't need that physical presence in terms of facilitating the care, because people who can be educated to use the platform can effectively self-service. We currently have independent support providers providing services across over 90% of the postcodes in Australia, and obviously if you think about how diverse, geographically widespread our country is, that's a significant level of coverage. And if we look at all of the services across both aged care and disability that are performed through the Mabel platform, approximately 24% of those services are being delivered in communities that we would consider to be rural, regional or remote, where, to your question, the ability to stay in one's house and age gracefully is going to very much be dependent upon the support workers that are available in the area. There may not be people who have full-time employment opportunities in care sectors in those, and so a platform like Mabel that encourages the support worker to be an independent contractor, run their own business and work as many hours as they want in their local community is effectively what underpins the ability to provide care in those more remote areas.
Yep, thank you. You also make mention in your submission around your concerns about the timeframes to implement new systems. Just wondering, have you given any thought or done any calculations of what the cost required in systems upgrades is likely to be for you, whether that be you as in Mabel or you as in Homemade, both from a monetary value and a time value in terms of being able to make sure that the people that are on your platform, either through Homemade or as your contractors, to get them up to speed around their new obligations and responsibilities?
Yes, I think it's an interesting question because to the point of the panel before us, which I had the privilege of being able to listen to most of, pricing is effectively largely going to be set by instruments, and obviously we haven't seen the details of those yet. So by our count, obviously it's a very large piece of legislation. There's been about 600 pages that have been revised already. There'll undoubtedly be more revisions. We can see in the home care space there's at least 13 instruments that need to come to fill out the detail to answer the question that you're asking, and that's not even including Resi, which will have more. And so from our perspective, it's actually a somewhat difficult question to answer without the detail of those instruments. But I would almost go back to when the question was asked of the previous panellists that, you know, if I look at it through the Homemade lens, a self-managed home care provider, they charge a 15% package fee, no care management fee. Obviously, the onus is then on the client to coordinate their own supports. Under what's been spoken about in webinars and in the media, it looks like the care management fee would go to 10% and the package management fee would go to nil. I would observe from Homemade's perspective, even though it operates largely, a remote offering as an approved provider, it still has a staff of over 80 and 8 clinical nurses providing really important case management and clinical governance services. And so I would flag that it will pose challenges if the fee is capped at 10%, particularly for providers where they do not have their own owned workforce and they can't effectively charge on the additional fees through service delivery, which would impact Homemade and obviously would also impact Mabel.
Yeah, sure. One of the things that you often hear are concerns around complaints management, and you touched on this in your opening statement. I was just wondering, from a consumer's perspective, talk me through the process as it looks like to one of your consumers for their protections when you're operating under the Mabel platform. Obviously, if you're operating under Homemade, you operate as a home care provider. But in the instance we were talking about your contractors that use your platform, what is the complaints process and how do you provide a robust and transparent mechanism so that people have got the ability to have their concerns heard?
Thank you for the question. We're very proud of our incidents and complaints systems that we currently have in place. I think it's important to provide a little bit of context around the answer to this question, which is at the moment on the Mabel platform, there's about 13,900 HCP clients who are getting services delivered through that platform. So each of those clients, as the committee would no doubt be aware, has to select an approved provider to manage effectively their package. Now, the approved provider has obligations, and as part of that obligation, there's worker screening. We note that the worker screening requirements are yet to be set, likely to be set by one of the instruments. Mabel screens workers, independent support providers, as they onboard the platform to basically assist the approved providers in carrying out that obligation around screening today. We effectively work in partnership with about 170 different home care approved providers. And so as part of that and to help the approved provider carry out their obligations under the current legislation, when an independent contractor on Mabel provides services for an aged care client, they are required to fill out a shift note. It's got to be at least 120 characters. You'll be surprised how many people actually give you chapter and verse of everything that happened on that shift, and it's well in excess of that. We also ask for every shift, was there an incident? And if they say yes, they have to actually obviously provide details and we manage the incident. But we also, through our technology, have the ability to put things like large language models over the data, not an individual looking at comments, but basically a large language model that looks for words like fall. And so even if someone has provided support, said there was no incident, but actually our large language model picks up that there was a fall, or they use the word fall, we will flag that for review by person and actually proactively raise an incident and then manage that incident. All of those safeguarding measures are available to the approved providers in the current regulatory framework, who would all become registered providers in the new framework, to help them meet their obligations.
That's great, thank you. Can I just move to you, Mr. Klein? I'm just interested to understand from your perspective about how this bill assists in harmonisation with existing legislation that you operate as under DBA. We hear stories often about, a veteran losing some assistive technology, whether that be a walker or a wheelchair, when they move from the DBA system into the aged care system, because the funding mechanisms don't sit in a harmonised sort of a way. Do you see that this bill in any way remedies this issue that we quite often hear about?
Thank you for your question, Senator, and it is an important question and it is an issue. There's a couple of things about the harmonisation. One thing for the committee to track is the bill refers quite extensively to the VEA, the Veterans Entitlement Act. We're currently going through our own harmonisation in the veteran space, where we have three separate acts that are being combined together, and they will form the one act, which will be called the American Military Rehabilitation Compensation Act. I just flagged that as that will probably land at an inconvenient time, and we then need to amend the aged care bill so that it reflects the new legislation for our veteran side of the house. But to your point, the short answer is no. I don't think it will fix it. The reason I say that is because it relates to a legislative issue around funding. So the Department of Veteran Affairs provides a whole bunch of services outside of residential care, and they're great services and they're well respected and well regarded. And the veterans themselves feel a strong identity towards that DVA service. They see themselves as a DVA client, and that's who they go to when they need help and support. When they come into residential aged care, the residential aged care bed is funded by the Department of Health, and DVA, as a matter of legislation, can't dual fund. We can't double dip, and we're not advocating that that would be the solution either. So if something is meant to be provided by a provider in a residential aged care space, then DVA don't fund. And this is where that issue comes down around the RAP program that you mentioned, where a veteran may find themselves entitled to something on the outside of residential care, and then on the inside, the provider isn't in a position to provide them with special moon boots or the chair that stands them up, or the electric wheelchair that they've had when they're on the outside. The glide path, I think, for that to be remediated, DVA currently has a task force, an aged care task force underway, looking at issues of aged care. That's been headed by Andrew Kefford, and his staff that's running it is Leanne Cameron. And they are looking at, it's a 12-month purpose-built program to look at things like that and that interface between the Department of Veteran Affairs, what a veteran gets outside aged care, and then what their experience is of that service inside the residential aged care environment. And I think it's a really important point too, because increasingly the aged care sector, we're very confident as a veteran community, the standard of care, the bar's been lifted. It's great. There's a lot of good care out there. There's things we can always do better, but there's a lot of good care. But the ability of the sector to provide what we think is really culturally safe and aware care for veterans is reducing as the veteran cohort, as a percentage of the aged care community reduces, as the density of veteran-specific providers reduces. And as many of our aged care staff, mine included, come from overseas and don't have the inherent knowledge and experience of our veteran culture and community. Very happy, great men and women, excellent carers, but for example, my staff, when I speak with them, don't know there was a Vietnam War. Very happy to learn about it, love our veteran mission once they learn about it, but it does take quite a bit of effort and training to bring our staff along with that veteran experience. And so there's a couple of the areas where we identify some gaps into what our veterans are looking at and what they might experience in the aged care space. Does that answer your question, Senator? Probably not the way you wanted to.
Well, I suppose the only question would be, if you don't think that the bill is addressing the sort of lack of harmonisation, because we're talking about the same people needing the same help, the same assistive technology, they just happen to fall under a different system. Do you have a view how we could fix up these loopholes so that it was a more seamless approach, or do you think that the current review that's going on with the legislation that is likely to deal with that issue?
To some extent, I think it's something that certainly exists between Department of Veteran Affairs and the Department of Health and Ageing. I definitely think there'd be benefit in the committee speaking with the Aged Care Task Force from the DVA, or certainly representatives thereof. I think part of the responsibility for closing that gap rests with DVA in terms of how they manage their funding and really finding ways to push themselves deeper into residential aged care. I think having things like the veteran supplement removed as wording out of the Act, I think doesn't help us because it just de-escalates the level of knowledge and understanding of veterans, and if that hits subordinate documentation, then it's not in the primary legislation. So of course it's going to be a little bit harder even again to get the sector's attention around the veteran issues. But I do think as a means for the committee to perhaps lean into this space, it'd be really useful to get the DVA task force and Department of Health, if not through the committee, to have a look at that issue and just see how DVA might harmonise as the Act goes through. And of course, the other problem for the task group is the Act has been a little bit of a moving target up until now. It's great that it's out. We're really encouraged as a veteran community to see it coming through and encourage its passage through the Senate because that does let us start to really hone down some of our own efforts to see how we can better link up with it as well.
Thanks very much.
Call to Senator Pratt shortly, so if you could wrap up these questions.
Okay, just one question for Mr. De Haast. So I just was interested, Mr. De Haast, in your with Scalabrini. You make comment around the importance and significance towards lifestyle and holistic health. Things like physiotherapy and other allied health and lifestyle sort of supports for your people in your care. I'm just interested in your views around how we can improve that, and do you think that the current regulations and compliance and strict ratios and requirements in terms of care minutes and care means that you are not able to deliver a care program that best meets or fits the wants and desires and needs of the people that are in your care?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think one of the tensions that exist where you receive funding from government is the propensity to lean into what the funding allows you to do. So as Scalabrini, what we do is we fund a whole lot of things outside of that. So allied health, pastoral care, lifestyle, all of those things are funded by ourselves internally. So we resisted the temptation to cut back or rebadge some of those positions to reflect the title of care worker, so the minutes could be counted in that category. But I agree with the earlier comments is that you get the behaviour that you measure. So I think the care minutes construct certainly leaves out a range of operators and individuals who arrive every day at work to make a difference in the lives of elderly Australians. And because their minutes are not counted, somehow they both feel devalued, but also as an operator, somehow you lean more towards the direct care and the registered nursing. So I do think it is it's a positive construct because it keeps us all honest. However, it does neglect a fair proportion of people. We, as a religious organisation, we have nuns who live on site. And I can tell you that probably out of the most impact they have of people, particularly in residential aged care, as they move towards that end-of-life phase of their life's journey, they have a tremendously positive impact on them and the families as they transition through that. So I would argue that their impact in terms of the care is equally as important as the person who showers the resident.
Thank you, Mr. De Haast. Senator Pratt, you have the call.
Thank you. First, a question for RSL Life Care. What does home care look like when delivered to someone in a retirement village? Will, for example, RSL Life Care automatically be the provider, or can residents bring in their own providers? What kind of models do you use now, and what opportunities arise under the new Act?
So at RSL Care South Australia, I'm currently not a home care provider. We do offer residential care services. Certainly for our villages, what we enable when a resident moves in is we've got pathways with providers who know us and work with us, but absolutely a resident has choice as to what pathway they'd like to use with their own home care provision. We've recently constructed a residential aged care home next to one of our villages in Murray Bridge, and it is our intention out of that residential care service to offer home care at a fairly high level into the village, given that we can leverage off the rack that we've got co-located with the village. And to answer your question, in that scenario, the residents would absolutely be able to use any provider they wish. It's their home. You know, in retirement living villages, it's their home. They get a licence to occupy. We would be looking to offer those services, but if they chose to use another service provider, we'd be more than happy to enable in any way we can that relationship with their chosen home care provider.
Thank you. Can I ask now some questions of Mabel? And some of them arise in the context of Senator Rushton's questions. Who is the registered entity for aged care in terms of the three companies and the independent contractors that you engage?
Thank you for the question. So in terms of the way in which the companies are separate from each other and what sits in which company, so Mabel is effectively the platform that has independent contractors use the platform to source work through clients and then provide the service delivery in their house. So the agreement is between the support provider and the client directly, but Mabel facilitates the agreement formation and also facilitates the safeguarding features I talked about before and the payment flow. In terms of...
So who is the registered entity under the Act was my question.
So they're not registered. Mabel Technologies, which is the entity that owns the Mabel platform, is not a registered entity. The registered entity, so under the current Act, approved provider, registered entity is Homemade. That operates separately to Mabel. It has its own board of directors, its own management team, and operates independently. So it is an approved provider, a home care package approved provider, and it operates in the self-managed space.
However, it's my understanding that Mabel owns Homemade, and would Mabel be happy to be registered under the Act itself? I find it somewhat odd that a wholly owned entity, in effect, the board of directors of Mabel, are not actually the responsible entity for the obligations under the Aged Care Act.
Yes,
ultimately.
I understand corporate structures can sometimes be a little complicating. So Mabel does not own Homemade. Attain Health Tech owns both Mabel and Homemade and operates them as separate businesses. So Homemade complies with all of the obligations of an approved provider that all of the other 170 approved providers that utilise Mabel also abide by. So it had its first audit, it's been in operation for about 3 years, had its first audit last year, passed with 100% compliance. So that's completely independent in terms of how it operates to Mabel. It wouldn't really matter from that perspective who it was owned by. It has the same reporting obligations as every other approved provider. In terms of Mabel's view on...
You said that... Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to answer the second part of your question on Mabel's views on registration. So as you'd be aware, we operate the Mabel platform for both NDIS participants and also aged care participants. The business splits about 50% equally across both of those sectors. And obviously the regulatory environment and registration requirements across both of those are quite different from each other currently and are proposed to be different in the future. Our position generally is that we're not opposed to registration. I think the challenge that we've had is that the current legislation, whether it be the current aged care legislation or the current NDIS legislation, obviously was all done before such things as digital platforms existed. And so under the existing legislation doesn't really give consideration to the facilitation role that platforms like Mabel provide. So obviously under the new Act that we're discussing here today for aged care, that's dealt in with directly, and Mabel would be regulated under the new Act as a digital platform provider, and we're very happy to see that. In the NDIS space, obviously, there's lots of movement on the registration space there, both provider registration and worker registration. And our position there has also been consistent that we're not opposed from a Mabel perspective in being registered. The registration model just needs to reflect the facilitation nature of the platform.
But not so that because it's facilitation, Mabel would not be the registered provider. I guess it sits uncomfortably with me given you've just said that Mabel is essentially the platform onboarding, for example, new subcontractors, and so and yet the liability for that rests with Homemade, from what I understand from your answer.
Yeah, so, sorry, did you want to... Sorry, Mr Nylon just wants to pop in here.
Just to clarify, Senator, so presently on the Mabel platform, there are 13,992 aged care clients, and they have 170 different approved providers, which is the current terminology, who are presently responsible for the clinical outcomes. In the current system, Mabel isn't formally regulated. Under the new system, there will be a net increase in regulation. So Mabel will, along with other competitors, other digital labour platforms, for the first time be brought into the regulatory system. Effectively, what the legislation says is that there are certain obligations that rest with the digital labour platform. For instance, they might relate to worker screening, although that will be determined via instrument, and matters like maintaining a complaints and incidents management process, whereas what will retain the responsibility of the approved provider, now called registered providers, will be the clinical management of outcomes and what we now call package management. So it's effectively codifying the existing system, but bringing for the first time digital platforms into the regulatory environment and also making them subject to the enforcement regime for the first time.
It does sound, though, that you've got Mabel is in effect an unregistered provider. Well, perhaps I can ask it this way. Who carries the obligation to report? Mabel, Homemade, or the independent contractor?
So under the current legislation or under the new Act?
Well, perhaps you can outline both for me.
So under the current legislation, it's the responsibility of the approved provider to report incidents. As I outlined in one of the earlier questions, the approved providers, where the clients are utilising Mabel independent support contractors, are very reliant on the incident and reporting systems that Mabel has to help them meet those obligations. So they already do that, though Mabel itself, to your question, is not formally regulated to provide such systems. The reality is, though, Mabel knows that approved providers wouldn't be able to partner with us if we did not have those systems. So it's in everyone's best interest for us to have good safeguarding systems on the Mabel platform. In the new model, as Mr Nylon's just articulated, under the digital platform provider regulation, Mabel would be required to report incidents and complaints, and we would use that same system that we use today to be able to do that.
I mean, there's also arguably an obligation.
So in terms of lots of small entities reporting to you, and when the obligation sits with them, what's the incentive for Mabel or Homemade to ensure that compliance of all those small entities?
Well, because if you imagine the scenario where one of those 13,992 clients wishes to utilise Mabel to be able to select their own support worker to come into their house, exercising their choice and control, they're going to be with an approved provider. If that approved provider who has all these obligations says, well, hang on, if you use a Mabel independent support worker, I can't meet my obligations, then they will effectively prevent the client from being able to utilise Mabel for the provision of those services. So the reality is, in order for the client to be able to have that choice and for Mabel to be able to operate in the aged care space, even though we're not formally regulated under the current system to have those systems, in effect, we have to have them anyway in order to be able to be attractive for the approved provider, or for the approved provider to feel comfortable that they can discharge their obligations when a Mabel independent support worker is being used to provide services.
And Furthermore, if I might
I
just add.
understand that. I guess I'm more concerned about where the liability rests if those systems fail or break down
I guess
in some way.
Senator, is that there is both entities, the Digital Labour Platform, and under this legislation, both entities, the Digital Labour Platform and the registered provider, will both have reporting obligations for incidents and complaints, and both will be subject to the enforcement regime, as will sole traders as registered agents.
Sorry, Senator Pratt?
How many incidents did Mabel and Homemade report to the Aged Care Commission last year?
I don't have that figure in front of me at the moment, Senator, but I'd be happy to take that on notice. Yep. Keeping in mind we do report to both the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission, the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, and a number of other regulators, but I'd be happy to give you that data.
Senator, if this
Okay. Last question, did you say, Chair? Sorry.
Yes, last question.
So when it comes to your clients, does a provider, does someone have to be registered with Mabel and use those Mabel services in order to use Homemade? So if someone wanted to choose their own aged care provider but access Homemade, do they have to register with Mabel?
No, so they're effectively separate decision points. So when a client receives their home care package, they have to select an approved provider. And so they can select any approved provider.
Have to exist within the Mabel platform, don't they?
They don't have to select Homemade to use the Mabel platform. As we said earlier, there are about 170 approved providers that have clients that utilise the Mabel platform. So Homemade is one of 170 approved providers in that respect. So the client selects their approved provider.
Aged care providers, that is.
Yes.
Okay, so if aged care providers exist within Mabel, how are the reporting obligations facilitated there for compliance under the Aged Care Act if Homemade is not being utilised and Mabel is not registered for the purposes of the Aged Care Act?
Senator, if I may, just for context, I suppose the notion of Mabel not being registered is probably a little ahistorical because there isn't presently really a category for Mabel to be registered because 10 years ago there was no such thing as a digital platform in aged care. So that's why we strongly support the Albanese government's decision to introduce a category for digital platforms for the first time, and we think that's a positive reform. In relation to your question, across those 170 providers, each of those have their own reporting obligations. They are responsible for the clinical outcomes for their clients who may choose to use the Mabel platform, and that might vary from 1,000 of their clients using the Mabel platform all the way down to one client using the Mabel platform. And within Homemade, there's a mixture of both clients that use Mabel and those that choose to use their own providers that they onboard to the Homemade platform.
Thank you for taking me through that. I just want to clarify, as I understand, there's about $30 million in federal funding for federally funded services. Can you perhaps take on notice where you hold the top level responsibility as a registered provider for what proportion of funds, the Commonwealth funds are coming through the system and what level of regulation goes through each level of registration and compliance?
They're indicating that they will take that on notice, so thank you, Senator Pratt. That does conclude our hearing for today. I'd like to thank all the witnesses who've attended, provided submissions and given evidence today. We really appreciate your involvement in our committee's work. Answers to questions on notice we're asking for by close of business on the 23rd of October. We report on the 31st, so we have a very short turnaround time. The next committee hearing will be tomorrow in Melbourne. Thank you so much to Broadcasting, the Secretariat and Hansard for your assistance today. The committee stands adjourned.